Thank you for being here for workshop part 2. I'm Carlos Braceras. We are streaming live over YouTube, so we will maybe reserve some of our more colorful comments for other times. But this is the workshop where we get a chance to sit around and really dig into the details. We build the entire year's program off of the workshop we had in March and this one in May. And so the goal is that there's no questions left unasked. And so please ask, challenge. I think we can have a good conversation. It is a big agenda. We will move through the agenda based on the pace that the commission wants to go at. We will not end at any preconceived time. Ben is smiling at me. So if you want to dig into stuff, go ahead and dig into it. We will not belabor things either. And if there's things you want to kind of pull somebody off to the side and ask a question, please feel free to do that. The way we're kind of arranged is we tried to put those commissioners that have region affiliation. So 4 of you are associated with our 4 regions. And so Nagi is here with Region 4, Kurt. And let me see, Region 2. Robert's a little removed from Natalie here, but we can. Kevin is at large. Jim is sitting with Robert here. So, and Brad, you're at large. Welcome, confirmed commissioner. I think that's a big deal. Thank you for serving on the commission. I think you'll find this is a great group of people, and obviously I'm very, very proud of the organization. So what I'd like to do is just, let's go around the room, do introductions. For the UDOT folks, let's, just go through where we work to help Brad and some of the commissioners maybe kind of slide in what your responsibilities are. So Ivan, let's start with you, and we'll go around the table, and then we'll go back here, guys, and then we'll go over here.
Morning, Ivan Hartle, Financial Programming.
Ben Hewitt, Deputy Director, Planning and Investment.
It
wasn't on. The green light wasn't on. I'm Brad D, and I'm the newbie, or you can call me the greenie, or you can call me anything you want, but I'm going to listen and learn.
Thank you, Jim Evans, Commissioner, Region 3.
Hi, I'm Rob Clayton. I'm the Region 3 Director at UDOT.
Morning, Kirk Thornock, Region 4 Director.
Nagi Zanati, Commission Chair, and we all green, no matter what, how many years. I promise you that.
Carlos Braceras, Executive Director.
Nathan Lee, Technology and Innovation.
Lou Kramer, Commissioner at Large, and I can't blame the roads for being a little late. Good to be here.
Kevin Van Tassel, Commissioner at Large.
Rhonda Menlove, Commissioner, Region 1.
Natalie Gochner, Commissioner, Region 2. Next to my buddy here.
Robert Stewart, Region 2 Director.
Josh Van Jura, Trails and Transit Group.
Troy Peterson, Operations.
Carmen Swanwick, Project Development.
Rob White, Region 1 Director.
Ivan, are we going to go to you for process overview?
Yes.
Or Ben, are you doing that?
I'll just give a quick intro and then Ivan will pull up the presentation. But as Carlos mentioned, we've got a few items to cover today. We'll have a presentation similar to last time in March. There will be check marks that will be populated as we go, and the goal is to get them all checked. But I just wanted to quickly thank the team. There's been a lot of work, as Carlos mentioned, throughout the year, putting this information together. If everybody only knew, there's stuff coming in as late as last night on approvals and stuff that just helped this whole program come together. So just want to thank all the work and effort put in throughout the year with all the different team members. I bet you every single person in this room has had pieces of this throughout their last little bit here. So thank you.
So to get started, we've got our agenda. We do like our check marks. Helps us makes us feel better. Okay, helps us feel like we're working through the day. So we've already got the first one checked. As we talked about, we've got our process overview just to reorient where we're at on the calendar. Here we are in May, the top lighter tan, lighter orange box, the commission workshop where we're going to be reviewing the proposed projects for this workshop. And that's our process overview. So we're moving right along.
Good morning, everyone. So I only have a couple slides this year, just to kind of give you some ideas of the market conditions. So here is what we've graphed. You've seen this through the last couple years. This is something we've maintained since about 2003 in some form or another. This is our construction cost index, and then we also have some future projections that we show on this graph. All of these are based on certain items in our unit bid costs. And so that's where we come up with a specific construction cost index to Utah. As you can see, out in 2023, a few years ago, we talked about it being like 11 and 12%, even 15% with inflation. We've come down. The economy is more stable. It's not as volatile as it was. So this past year, we're showing like a 5.86% inflation increase. The projections are based on like a Monte Carlo simulation. We're actually showing that it could decrease within the economy, showing that a recession may be possible based on the factors that would show that negative increase is I can't even think of the term right now, but interest rates are at a high right now at like 7%. And so that's why you kind of see the negative with the industry and talking to the industry. We think we're going to be a little more level. And so we're really kind of looking at that blue, and we think we'll probably maintain over the next year. This is another graph we chart. We want to see the construction cost index in relationship to the fuel tax revenue that we receive. And you can kind of see, both increase, but you can see our project costs increase at a much higher rate than the fuel tax revenue that we receive for projects. And so we just track this through the year so we can see and judge where we're at with our program. And that's what I have for today, and I'm welcome to take any questions.
Natalie, does that kind of, you're the economist here. Right?
Yeah, separate from this, if you were just asking me about the economy, I would say that all eyes are on monetary policy. The Fed is relentless in bringing inflation under control, and therefore they're holding interest rates high. And we went into the year thinking that they would bring them down 3 or 4 times in calendar year 2024, and now it looks like we might get one, if that. Yeah. And there's a reasonable claim that we could have a mild recession by third quarter, but mild. Mm-hmm. And the economy is just, both in Utah and the nation, incredibly resilient.
Yeah. I think that's what we're seeing. I still struggle a little bit with calling where we're at now with mortgage rates, for instance, is high. My first mortgage was 16%, and I thought I was okay with that.
One thing that other commissioners will find interesting is it's sort of popular in this state to say we have the best economy in the nation. We're number one. You know, everyone else has us in there. We have everyone else in our rearview mirror. These kinds of things. If you look at job growth March to March, most recent data, Idaho has a faster growing economy. Nevada has a faster growing economy. Colorado does. Arizona does. Yeah, and it's true that we have this amazing economy that's looking a little bit backwards. And as at present, we have two industries in decline, actually contracting. Banking, the financial services industry is. High interest rates will do that. And then also tech information. And in normal times, you'd also have construction contracting, but because we have such a housing shortage, it's one of the fastest growing industries. So really interesting economy, but everything that Carl shared, I think, makes incredible sense and sounds wise. The one where you have it actually declining, I'm like, could we be so fortunate?
Yeah, I'm not going to
Yeah.
hope. I'm not going to
Yeah,
expect that,
I
guess.
don't think that is going to be the case, but that's what the analysis shows when you start to look at the three.
Any other questions? I mean, so when we look at our program, we're programmed out for our big capacity projects out through 2030. We're programming what Ivan will show you probably in the next slide. We're programmed various programs out 3 to 5 years. And so as we program in those out years, we're trying to anticipate where costs are going. And we've typically built in about a 5%, 4 to 5% increase in these project costs. But when you start to look at the cost, some of these projects, if it's $1 billion project, the difference between a 5% projection and what we lived with a couple of years ago in the 15, 16%, that's a lot of money. And so that's why we think it's important to just kind of always keep an eye on the market. And yes, we are trying to anticipate where things are going. And as we program those projects, we come to you with dollar values. We're thinking, well, okay, but that's going to be built in 4 years. What does it really take to do that? So that's why this is important.
I'll just add, there's also, and we'll get into this a little bit later on in the agenda, there's some programs, across our suite of programs that, we're still clearing out projects that were programmed a while ago. And so they're still in that area of where between the time that they were originally scoped and now even there's been some significant inflation. Some of our active transportation and first mile, last mile that we'll talk about in a little while, those programs they're still experiencing that. So it's a little bit of a lag to get those cleared out before we start moving forward too.
Okay. Are you doing number 4, Ivan?
Excuse me. So our next one is a little bit of a recap from the March meeting. And when I say little, I mean pretty much a single slide where we're going to talk through, as we discussed last month or in March, the proposed program values. You can see the 2024 that's shaded in gray is our current year. These are the values for each of the programs that have been working. Everything in that lighter blue is previously approved through commission action. And the orange, the cells that are shaded in orange, these are the program values that we're bringing forward that will be brought forward tomorrow at the commission to be requested for approval. However, in this meeting, the projects that you'll be seeing are associated with these values in these programs. So this is the slide that kind of encapsulates our last meeting that Nathan walked through on our asset management. Okay.
Our general approach is that we recap anything that we presented anything that was recommended or presented last meeting, this meeting, and then we would note any differences if there was any change between that time and now. So on this particular one, there was no changes in between the time that they were presented last meeting and this meeting.
And if I could just, when we use the term program versus projects, if you look at the list here, so pavement is a program. And if you recall, we looked at the strategic document and we looked at the condition of our pavements. And we use an asset management approach, and this, for the pavements and the others. But we need to maintain this investment level over these years in order to be able to hit these targets. So we measure the condition every year. We try to determine how fast that condition is changing, and then we program dollars to be able to hit our targets. So when you see pavements, for instance, 2025, we're going to be looking for approval at $199 million for that program of pavements that will allow us to hit our targets. The projects then, the regions work with our central office to come up with the actual projects that we then bring back to the commission for approval. So first we program at the program level to be able to hit targets, and then we go to project level to figure out what are those projects we need to do in order to maintain those conditions. So projects versus programs.
So our next item that we're going to talk through is our capacity projects, the TIF, Transportation Investment Fund, the PTIF, Transit Transportation Investment Fund, and our ATIF, the Active Transportation Investment Fund, also the Utah Trail Network. So last month, we presented projects that were associated with the TIF program. The projects that have zero value in the current project value column. These are the new projects that were brought forward to the commission and proposed last month. The ones with a current project value, those are ongoing projects that will be adding scope and funding to those projects. You can see the Bangerter Interchange, 4100 South to California, the third project on the list. The amount changed from our last commission meeting. We increased that amount for the approval request that you'll be seeing tomorrow.
Ivan, so the presentation is on the commission website.
You want me to go back and
Would
reorient?
you, I think for everyone who's watching on YouTube, I'm sure they're all interested.
So on the UDOT homepage here, if we're going to just navigate around, we're going to be walking through the actual presentation, but we did create a PDF copy of the presentation last night and posted it. As Ben said, there were a few minor tweaks and adjustments this evening and this morning. After the meeting, we'll download a new copy and publish it. But on the UDOT homepage, when you scroll down under our policy and funding, we have our Transportation Commission webpage that we navigate to about for everything in these meetings. As I scroll down, I can see our 2024 programming workshop, the March programming presentation. This is the presentation from our last meeting, and our May programming workshop. When you click on it, it shows the PDF version of the presentation that we're discussing right now.
And go to the slide you were at with the projects, the TIF projects, and show how you can click on the pin to get that one pagers on the projects.
So here, and this is the static PDF copy, but we can still click on the hyperlink on these TIF projects to see the one pager about the project that we're presenting.
I'll just highlight the change to the Bangerter Highway funding. What was presented last meeting was to increase the funding to get Bangerter Highway fully grade separated to 31st South on Bangerter Highway. The additional funding gets to Parkway Boulevard on Bangerter Highway.
About what south is that, Robert?
Just shy of 201. So it essentially there will only be one more signal between SR 201 and the fully grade separated freeway of Bangerter Highway. And we have this progression in construction because a lot of the residential impacts occur, all of the residential impacts occur within this zone now. And so during the environmental process, we went out and told people, hey, there's the chance that we're going to take your property. And so instead of letting them sit in limbo while we search for additional funding, we decided to prioritize that section of Bangerter so that we can give certainty to those people that will be affected by it.
Hey, that is really appreciated. People have come to me and just said, give us something so of certainty, we're not in limbo. So thank you so much, Rob, for your staff and all making it happen.
Any questions on any of the projects? I mean, these are big numbers. Okay. Good, Ivan.
Our next program that we're going to discuss is the TTIF program, the Transit Transportation Investment Fund. There was two different categories, three projects that we discussed last meeting. The first two are new projects under the TTIF program. And then the second grouping is the commuter rail sub-account out of the TTIF program, where it's increasing funding, and that funding is coming from the commuter rail sub-account. And that's for the Front Runner project. So again, these were presented, we discussed them in our March workshop as a review, and then tomorrow in the Transportation Commission meeting, we'll be presenting these as requesting approval.
Just a reminder on these, on the top two, those were nominated projects that came through the commission's prioritization process. So they were on the ranked list, nominated by a local government or public transit district for the process and rule. And those two projects kind of round out the balance of the nominated projects that were on that list. Yes, in the TTIF, it's a 30% match requirement for the nominated projects.
Right. Okay. Want to come on?
I'd just say, brave new world. Seeing UDOT overseeing and being a part of this large of expenditures for transit. I think it's important.
Yeah, we spent yesterday in a meeting with FPA and our team and UTA, and yeah, talked about Front Runner and other transit projects. It's good.
Okay. Our next account is our Utah Trail Network, and I get a phone a friend.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, I'm gonna walk through some updates on it's called, Stephanie Tomlin, Trails Division. All right, so the UTN stands for the Utah Trail Network. That's the kind of what we call the ATIF funding, just because it's so similar to TIF Active, just a reminder there, but it is, the fund itself is called the ATIF. So first, before I get into just talking through some of these projects and the changes that we've made, everything is available on our website. I know I've talked about that at past meetings, utahtrailnetwork.udot.utah.gov. So everything is up to date there. You can see the new list. And then we also have one-pagers available on the STIP app. So again, we'll get to that, I think, a little bit later, but just to note that all these projects are outlined with one-pagers on the STIP app. Okay, so at the last meeting, you may recall we brought an initial project list recommending these for programming at this meeting. So since that time, we've had a lot of additional work that's been done. So we've worked with all the regions on that initial ranked, or those initial programming recommendations, which I'll get into this when I talk about some of the changes, but that did kind of influence and impact our recommendations. We then met with every community that had a proposed project on our list. So that was over 20 communities that we had one-on-one conversations, the regions and Trails Division staff. So those were great conversations because, again, I'll just remind the commissioners, a lot of these projects we're picking them up where they are, meaning they've often had some level of design work because, again, with these initial programming, the goal was to kind of move projects forward that met the guiding principles of our program, but that also had some level of, design work done. So we needed to meet with the communities to really understand that level of detail. So we had meetings with all the communities, and then we they often had cost estimates, but we made sure to further refine those. So going in really fine tooth comb, making sure that we are accounting for the costs that might be associated with those projects. So those are the main things that we've done since the March meeting and now. So this is just a snip of what that project list looked like before. So bear with me, I'm going to step through, I'm going to make these all bigger, but this is kind of, I wanted to outline the changes that we've made. So everything that's highlighted has some adjustment made. So everything that's highlighted in yellow is a project detail that changed. So this is things like the extent perhaps of the project, like, you know, from where to where. It's also if there was a change to cost, we've, you know, noted it. And you'll notice that this list, we're not actually showing the ranking anymore, the prioritization ranking. However, they're still in that order. Like, you know, now it's calling out the PIN number, but they're actually still in kind of ranking order. So you can get a sense of where they fell on our ranked list. Okay, so then the pink, these are any changes to what we had called out as a construction project. Again, I'll get into that when I get to those projects. The orange, those are any change to a planning and environmental evaluation project. And then a project with a strike through means we removed it. And again, I'll talk through each one of those. Okay, so this is just a blown up portion of the first half of the list. So I'll step through each one, and I mean, feel free and let me know if you have questions. We can stop project by project if that's helpful. So the 3900 South, 4100 South shared use path, before we had this called out as Jordan River Parkway to 900 East. Through kind of further evaluation and getting new information about costs, it's the same cost amount that we're calling out, but we're able to get to West Temple instead. So that one we made an adjustment basic to the extent. Okay, so the next two, you'll see that let's see, so I'm going to do the SR 30 and the Mill Creek Trail. So the two that are highlighted, and then I'll jump back to the SR 108 trail. So the Mill Creek Trail, it's probably best to start there. So that project, we initially called it out, but then had some good conversations with Region 4. And there's been a lot of, what it would have been was a connection under I-15. While it's a great project, there were some valid concerns about how and if it was making those regional connections that our program is hoping to do. Additionally, this section of I-15 just wrapped up some major construction. So instead, we decided to pivot the project, again, the Enoch to Cedar City, the SR 130 trail. This will be a great trail project. It'll connect Southern Utah University to Enoch, so just better serving kind of that regional nature of our program. So the region, though it's called out as in planning environmental, is it's not quite ready for construction yet. So we're going to go through the planning process, make sure we know the alignment, and then likely we'll move it into construction later. Okay, so the SR 108, so this is 2050 North Trail pedestrian crossing. This project, the cost went up a little bit so that you can see the Utah Trail Network programming amounts. This just has to do with whether or not the trail crossing is going to be an under or an overpass. And we're still going to work through that when we get into final design. So we just adjusted the cost to account for that potential increase. Okay, so Steinecker Service Canal, this is a Region 3 project. So this is so this one we added, again, the cost went from about 2 million to the 4.5 that you're seeing there. The major change that we made to this project is there's the service canal, and then what we realized through the conversations with the locals is if we were to just end the trail where we initially were going to, we would kind of leave people hanging. And so instead, we're going to follow the trail on 400 or 500 East and connect it to a local high school under crossing. So it's just going to make for a much more kind of seamless trail connection. So yeah.
Go ahead. Finish
Okay.
all of that,
Okay. So yeah, so that'll just make it connect to a more logical terminus. And then Carbonville Road, Trail. So this is another Region 4 project. We actually just ended up upping all of our planning and environmental evaluation projects. Originally, this cost was called out as $250,000, but we increased it to $300,000. Just a small change we made there. Okay, so now I'll jump into SR 107. So this one I want to draw particular attention to because unlike the Mill Creek project up in the other Mill Creek project in Region 4 that was replaced by the SR 130 study, this is more of a kind of, it's on hold right now, this SR 7 project. So the reason for that is UDOT is pursuing a grant for this project. It's the Climate Pollution Reduction Grant. It's through the EPA. And we're waiting to hear if we get that grant. If we do, there's no match required, which would be, very beneficial. We could cover the cost of the project, in totality within that grant. It's a $25 million ask. It's actually, if we were to do that, we would be able to complete the entire trail as opposed to just a segment like we are here. We're anticipating hearing back from that in fall of 2024. So just kind of an FYI on timeline.
Who are we seeking the grant from?
Yeah, the Environmental Protection Agency, EPA. Yeah. So once we hear back, kind of think of it in so you'll see this project again. It'll just be in kind of one of two ways. So one, we'll either have an exciting announcement that we got that grant and we'll say, yes, that's great. Or if we're unsuccessful with that grant, again, we're holding this 10 million within our program and we'll come back and ask for you to approve it at that time. So again, think of this one more as an on hold. Okay, the Bear Lake Trail Marina Extension. This is honestly we did adjust. Originally, we were calling this project out as the east side, and it's definitely not on the east side. It's on the west side. So we made an adjustment there, and then we did do a slight adjustment to the extents. So excitingly, this project, there's construction that's happening around the marina right now. So we're looking to kind of capitalize on that existing work that's happening. So we would, again, allocate this $3 million to do the trail in the area where they're already kind of, things are torn up because they're doing the marina. But the extents did shorten slightly. That's because there's definitely some slopes we'll have to contend with as well as some wetlands. So we just anticipated that cost would be a little more than we thought. We're almost done. Deer Creek Reservoir Trail. So this is the same thing as before. The cost, this is a planning and evaluation study. So this went from 150 to 300. We just, with the length of this project, we thought that was a better amount to cover that study. And then lastly, the Moab Canyon Pathway. This is the extension to the new Raptor State Park. So this originally we were calling out 6 million. You can see the cost went up to 7.5. This was based on, again, those great conversations with the local communities that we just took a closer look to where we anticipate the trail crossing 191, and it's going to involve just more work related to structures and other things. So we added an additional 1.5. This one you can see, it has existing funding. It has 1.3. That's a legislative kind of a earmark for this project. So we're incorporating that into the project. Okay, so I mean, with that, Nagi, do you have a question?
Yes, my compliment to you and your team for doing such a fantastic job to get these projects in order and so quick fashion. And you also mentioned that this is on the ranking order, but when the time is right, you will have to roll out the projects. Are you going to do one project at a time, or are you going to do it one in each region, or how is going to work the system, please?
Yeah, that's a great question. So what we anticipate doing is once these get approved, and it's on the agenda for tomorrow for a motion for approval from the commission for these, we anticipate delivering them out of the regions. So we'll work with, they already have pins associated. The regions have been really involved in all of the work that we've been doing with the locals. So we anticipate kind of working with the regions, coming up with a schedule that makes sense based on their workload as well. This is going to be somewhat new territory, so we're all going to help each other as we kind of work through delivering these. So I can't say exactly. I don't anticipate, though, it would be one, then the next. I think it'll be incorporated into the workload of the regions.
On the projects, as we go down, and I'm showing my naivety here, and there's certain improvements or escalation in the cost of some of the projects. How is that determined? Who does that? I come from a different world. Executive appropriation says this is the way it's going to be. We vote, yeah, that's the way it's going to be, and away it goes. How do you determine those things?
Yeah, the costs. That's a really good question. So a lot of these facilities, the local communities, they often hire, an engineering consulting firm that will help take the project from like feasibility into a certain level of design. And that's often so we would receive that, like, it was often a 30% design as an example. And then we took that information. We also had a consultant on board supporting us in this effort. And they went through and kind of fine-tooth comb checked the amounts that they were assuming for like the different materials or if there was a structure involved. And then we also made sure to add contingency. And then, based on if we just don't know if something might be more or less expensive in the future. And then we also incorporated things like when we would go to construction, the year. So we inflated obviously by whichever year we're going to do the construction of the project. So it's a lot of, involved an engineering kind of eye on these materials and costs of.
And Brad, that's a great question because there is that was not me. Yes. So yes. So the way we're going through this programming workshop is very much driven by what I'll call the color of money. Each program has different requirements and I'll say restrictions associated with how that money can be used. So within this program, if a project were to return money back, it would stay within the Utah Trail Network program for the commission then to allocate. And it's the same thing as we do, if it's the bridge, the bridge formula program, it stays within that program.
Mr. Chair. Have we set up, or do we know how we're going to do maintenance and care
We do
on
not.
these trails?
We do not yet, no. For these initial ones though, sorry, that's for the larger program. We're still working that out for these. For all these projects that you see on here, we have, when we did the outreach to the communities, one of the things we said is we will be asking for a maintenance agreement. And we got kind of a verbal confirmation that that was something that the community would be able to do. So as in for these, they will be maintained by the community county that they're in. Moving forward, that the maintenance discussion is still ongoing.
That will be done by a written agreement. I understand.
For these, yes, that'll be by agreement. So and that'll happen before we, get moving on the project. We want to make sure that's really set up and the expectations are clear for everyone before we get moving.
Great question. We still have a lot of conversation to go. I could tell you this has provided a lot of angst for our maintenance people who have a lot going on and have limited funds. And so they're like, we don't have time for one more thing to do. So still part of the conversation. They will be an asset that do need to be maintained. So sorry, Lou.
I was just going to say, it's natural for the communities to have that responsibility because this is blessing them. I was just going to ask, what kind of measuring of usage and other things like that will we have on these trails as they come into use?
Yeah, I love that question. We'll definitely be incorporating trail counters into all of these projects. So they're cool, actually. They incorporate two different kind of technologies. Infrared is one of them. So you can roll a bike wheel over them, or if you kind of break if you walk in front of this laser, it'll count you as well. So we'll be able to count, usage, and it'll be based on the type. So someone walking will kind of get put into one bucket versus someone riding or scooting would get put into a different bucket. So that's a very important part of this network. We'll make sure we know usage.
Well, it's certainly getting a lot of visibility among the public. It's very popular. It's going to be interesting to see how that's worked. I just have to ask, totally off the, why in the world would we name a state park Raptor State Park, hoping young kids or something? I'm just curious.
Well, maybe Brad was there when you guys came up with, this was a legislative thing. I understand this, what's the dinosaur that they found here?
It's the Utah Raptor.
Raptor was found in this location.
Yeah.
I'm sure that won't reassure my 8-year-old, but thank you.
I think your 8-year-old would want to go to a dinosaur park.
I thought you meant Dee was there. Brad was there when 100 million years ago. But I don't think that's probably the case.
I'll make a prediction here. Watch Utah's Big League Utah MLB movement buy the rights from the Ogden Raptors to become the Utah Raptors for our MLB team. Just a prediction.
Have you gone on?
Okay, so from trails to naming, yes. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. So are there any other questions? Thank you. These are great questions about these initial projects. Any other questions? Okay. So this is the list that you will see tomorrow when we ask for funding approval. So we will be asking for a motion to approve, and this is the attachment. So again, everything that I just outlined is articulated here, as in the Mill Creek project, right, is taken off, as well as the SR7 project. So this is the list with all of those updates that I just discussed. So with that, we look forward to tomorrow. And that's all I have.
Okay. So that takes us through our capacity project lists, our TIF, TTIF, and ATIF with the Utah Trail Network. Our next item that we're going to talk through is our legislative projects. These were the projects that were presented in March that came through our legislative session, that the funding and scope have been given to the department by the legislature. So there's no ask for these projects where they've been legislated or directed to us through the legislation. As we saw or in March, we have these pass-through projects that we'll be working through. There's no department or transportation commission required on these projects.
So what we do is we just enter into interlocal agreements with the entity. They're supposed to provide a quote performance measures, basically is what are they going to do with commitment, what they're going to do with the money.
Our next item is a $250,000 called the Pando Protection Project.
Yeah, just quickly on this one. Yeah, that's a good name. We talked about this one last meeting. There has been some discussion on this one, and it's still a little bit to be determined on exactly how this is going to work for this project. There's a possibility that it changes as far as like being a pass-through type project, and we'll come back to the commission if there's any needed coordination beyond that. But it's still listed as a legislated project with a set amount, and we reviewed it last time. But yeah, this is the background. This is in the Fish Lake area for that. It's like a stand of connected trees. Yeah.
Yeah, the Pando is, if anybody's watched Avatar, the movie, and Pandora, basically all the trees are connected. And these aspen grow, they're a family, they're all connected by roots. And this is to try to protect that one particular area from wildlife, which, yeah.
It's supposed to be the largest living organism on Earth.
Right.
Spread out acres. It's pretty impressive.
Our next item was the Sharp Tintic Railroad Realignment Project for 16 million, from the Transportation Fund. This pin has been set up and will be working through with Region 3 to deliver this project.
What is this one? I don't follow.
Yeah, there are a series of railroad tracks in the Springville Spanish Fork area that are redundant, and this project would provide a new connection between two of the tracks that would allow quite a length of track to be removed, which would help with safety and operations.
In the area, how does this benefit that project?
Yeah, so this is also in the same area as the 1600 South Springville Interchange project, the new interchange that will be just north of Spanish Fork, south end of Springville. And one of the crossings that's going to be removed is it's creating kind of a challenge in that project. So this rail consolidation will help that interchange project.
For the layman, when I come down State Route 6 and when I see all the tracks there, that's the rail we're talking about.
That's correct.
And the
Yeah.
Tintic name shouldn't throw me off.
Well, the Sharp Tintic is just the names of the two lines that are
Yeah,
involved.
I'm just meaning we're not up in Tintic.
Oh, no.
Yeah. And it has a safety. Yeah.
The Tintic line is the one that you see that parallels I-15 as you move between Spanish Fork and Payson.
Thank you.
I just want to clarify on this one. The legislation on this one is directing the department to use TTIF funding. So this goes through the normal TTIF requirements. So there will be a match required on this funding to utilize those TTIF funds.
Okay, so that is our review from our legislative projects. Our next section that we're going to talk through is the region contingency for project highlights, as well as as a recap of the region contingency funds.
Maybe Ben, what are region contingency funds? Where do they come from? What is the intent?
For the region contingency fund, so the Transportation Commission has provided a program of region contingency funds. We had talked about this, maybe the naming of it can cause some confusion because it's not the contingency for a specific project per se. It's some, I'll call it some discretionary funds for the region. Generally, the region directors and their teams use it for coordinating with local governments, partnering with them on smaller type projects, I'd say. And the region directors can kind of correct me here if I misspeak, but they use them a lot for, those type of partnering efforts, things that come up that are small that, maybe there's a $30,000 issue that they can just take care of. And that the way that it works is that's approved. We ask for approval from the commission at a program level. And then at the end of the year, they come back and give a report on what they spent it on. So it kind of gives that look at, they don't have to ask for approval to use it on an individual action, but then at the end of the year, they come back with this report here. So I probably botched that a little bit. So I'll let the region directors correct as they tell their stories.
No, I think as we go through the region directors, you'll see how they've used it and how important it is and for them to be able to work with the communities. So are we going 1, 2, 3, 4? How are we doing this?
Yep, we're going 1, 2, 3, 4. Start with Region 1. So, and Ben mentioned this, but contingency is, that pot of money is like gold for us. It's very helpful in taking care of small issues that come up throughout the year, and especially working with cities and school districts, sidewalk projects, those types of things. We like to look for partnerships with that. So first, I'm going to cover maybe some of our transportation solutions projects that have either recently been finished or they have been they're going into construction this year. And so if we could go to the next slide, please. So this is kind of an overview of what we've got going, a lot of projects going on. Each one of our 4 different areas, we're going to cover zero crashes, injuries, and fatalities with the project, optimize mobility, preserve infrastructure, and then we have an all users project we're going to talk about. And some of these do have some contingency in them also. So we'll kind of go that way. So this first one is we've have a lot of old barrier that's does not currently meet our new standards. And so this is actually a picture of the Ogden Canyon area. And we do have a separate project for that. So let's not get those two confused, but we've put in every year in our transportation solutions a little bit of money to take care of this. We're working on getting them all replaced and up to the new standards. And so this project is specifically doing that, and we're going to build that this year, take care of some of those aging barriers. As you can see, the barrier here was a drastic, it's very old and needs to be replaced. Our optimized mobility was a small project. And again, these transportation solutions are typically in the range of a few $1 million or less. And this
Ross, I'm sorry, can I interrupt you? Because we
Sure.
we started this with contingency. And so we're mixing in both transportation solutions, which is a separate program, but the commission approves those individual projects for transportation solutions. So let's just, when we do this, let's make sure we're clear about which program we're working out of.
This is the Transportation Solutions Program, and it's $2.5 million, and it's adding a dual left turn lane to Midland Highway or Midland Drive onto SR 108, or actually SR 108. And this is a heavy traffic area, and so it's made a big difference in adding these dual left turn lanes. As you'll notice, there's a railroad track going through the middle of the intersection, which is kind of unusual. Not unusual for this area, but it's somewhat unusual. And we're working with the owner of that track to abandon that track and move it out of the middle of the road. So that's another part of this project we're working on. This one is funded actually by our pavement program. This is preserve infrastructure. This is SR 126. This is the road, if you're not familiar, that parallels I-15 through northern Davis and southern Weber counties. It's a mill and overlay project that was completed last year. A long stretch, this road was overlaid, had some challenges with the ride, and so this is taken care of that and made that a nice smooth road. The construction is complete on this one. For all users, this is interesting project, and this one did come through our contingency money. This one was a complaint that we received from a resident who lived behind these businesses here and was not able to get his medication. And so we partnered with North Logan City, and we have completed the sidewalk in this area. If you're familiar with this area, you've noticed that there's not a lot of sidewalk. It's mostly big box retail here. And so we partnered with the city and built the sidewalk so that residents are able to get to this business. So just here generally is a summary of all the contingency projects. Our total value of this project list is 3.7 million. And there's a couple that I would like to highlight specifically, but if you have any questions on any of these, I'd be happy to answer that. We get about 1.5 million per year in contingency, and so you'll notice that this is actually more than that. We've had some built up over previous years that have spent over the last, or committed over the last year to be able to get to that 3.7 million. The first one is on Wall Avenue. It's a section of sidewalk that was missing, and it leads to a school. The Heritage Elementary School, it's a neighbor of the region. It's just a few blocks down from the region. And so Ogden City approached us. They had put some money into a project, but didn't have enough money to finish it. And so they asked if we could help with that since it is a state road. And we brought $100,000 to be able to do that. And that project is completed. It was completed last year. The other one was a partnership with UTA, and this photo here is actually a different bus stop. It's not the one we're building. The one we're building is still to be completed, but it's a busy intersection at Washington Boulevard and 12th Street, SR 39. UTA, we did an intersection improvement a few years back, and it kind of made a challenge for the bus to be able to pull off and not block traffic. What we're going to do is actually pull a little bus turnout, build a little bus turnout with a shelter to be able to help with traffic there. UTA is bringing some money in, and we're bringing some money in. The total project value is $300,000, of which $180,000 is contingency money. It says on the slide the construction schedule is 2023. It's actually 2024. We're going to build that this year. Any questions for me?
That's a summary of the projects and so Rob has the ability with his team to make those decisions, but any questions on any of those projects, our intent is to be able to demonstrate that the money you program into contingency goes to good things.
Rob, on these projects that you do, maintenance and operation, who's responsible for that? Like you did the bus station, you doing any kind of railroad
So
projects?
we would be responsible for the roadway portion, and UTA would be responsible for the bus stop itself. Okay. Another thing you may notice in here that you'll see some items that are this past year with our snow budget in the fiscal year 2024, we had some shortages on and had a very expensive snow removal year. And so we've used some of this money to cover things that would typically be covered in our maintenance budget. You'll notice that striping in Region 1 was one of them, and removing deadfall along I-84 was another. Right-of-way repair along Trappers Loop Road, right-of-way fence repair. those are things many times that can be covered by our maintenance budget because of the challenges with snow and and flooding with our maintenance budget, we were able to bring some of this money to help out our maintenance forces on their budget and their program.
Okay, Region 2. Again, a map showing the overview, and just to reframe, Carlos, what Carlos was saying was, this is a highlight of all sorts of different types of funding. What we want to be able to demonstrate is that our guiding light is our goals. We just want to highlight that we are spending money in each of these goals and kind of give an illustration of that. So we'll go through some of these. Maybe go to the next slide. You know, we just met out on Tooele, and for SR 36 in this area, we're looking to widen this area. But back from 2016 to 2018, we had 4 crossover crashes in this area. 2 resulted in fatalities, 2 resulted in serious injury. And so, as a reaction to that, we put barrier down the center. This will be the same area that that TIF project will widen this to 3 lanes in each direction. But this is an example of an HSIP project, a Highway Safety Improvement Program project. So that's a different type of funding that is used specifically for safety improvements. I've presented this a number of times. I'm proud of this. We finished. This is the Redwood Road 6200 South project. We finished the paving, the roadway improvements section of this. We'll be doing signal work this spring. We hope to finish this by summer, but I like this project because this was a TSP project, Transportation Solutions Program project, and this is the busiest. This has the highest volume of traffic of any non-highway within the state, up to 130,000 vehicles per day go through this. Preserving the infrastructure. I just had the opportunity to brief the media about this yesterday. Anybody that's driven the northwest portion of the Salt Lake Valley recently over the last 2 years has noticed that the bridge surfacing has really been bad. One of those things that Lisa used to like to say to me is she hated using the shuttle system to the airports because on the shuttle back from the airport, that bridge rattled teeth. And so you never mentioned you're a UDOT employee on that shuttle. I did that. I just got back from Paris about a month ago, and I said that. I'm like, patience, people will be fixing this year. So this is that project to hopefully repair a number of bridges within that northwest quadrant of the Salt Lake County area. They're bridges that are in desperate need of rehabilitation. One of those things that I'd like to just kind of highlight on this is you see a smattering of bridges here all in the same area. Well, that's bridges that were built around the same time that come due for treatments the exact same time. And so sometimes that necessitates a project that's this big. I wanted to, okay, got it. So I wanted to highlight an all users project that really wasn't a UDOT delivered project. This was Salt Lake City, but it was using the ATIF funding. And so I wanted to highlight a project that has been completed in the ATIF world. And this connects the Parley's Trail to the Sugar House area. And I think that this is really kind of a key example of a project that has huge benefit, because the Parley's Trail is great, but unless it connects to places that people want to go, it's more of a recreational type trail instead of a transportation. But connecting this into the Sugar House area gives it that connectivity to the trail for transportation purposes. This is our list of contingency projects. We spent $940,000 on a variety of these. I'll highlight a couple of them. Maybe go forward. So as most of you are aware, we do avalanche mitigation in Little Cottonwood Canyon. There's 2 things that are really concerning about avalanche mitigation. Number one is when we use like the howitzers or the remote triggers, one of the things that that extends the closure time of the canyon is, did it trigger an avalanche? Did it actually, was it successful? And sometimes we would have to drive out and physically see whether or not it triggered one. Well, we had a remote sensing technology that's since been obsolete. We were really having to remanufacture the parts for that. So we've been studying a new radar detection for avalanche. The second thing that I mentioned about avalanche mitigation that's concerning is we do have a lot of backcountry folks that go into the hills. And so being able to sense when we have people that might be in danger from our activities, that's important to us. This system allows us to do both. We piloted it last year. We had a lot of success in remotely monitoring whether or not the mitigation work was successful. We also were able to capture people that were in that backcountry area in order to be able to, make sure that we're not shooting stuff off.
You really didn't capture them, did you?
No.
You detected them.
Detected. Thank you. Captured them on the radar. Okay. Next one. This is an interesting one. Every month I have my leadership team review every fatality that happens within the region. And what we noticed at a couple of meetings, we had people jumping off our bridge. This is one of those numbers that doesn't show up in our fatalities, because if it's determined to be a suicide, then that's not a transportation related fatality. But we sort of looked at this and said, if people are bailing off our bridge, we should probably do something about that. And even though this isn't our bridge, we teamed up with Mill Creek to install fencing along this. We had 2 fatalities, but it was something like 7 police incidents of people falling over this structure. And so this is one of those things that the contingency funding allows us to do, is to do these things in kind of a rapid fashion. Yeah, the last one is pump repairs. Again, just like Rob mentioned, with snow money last year, maybe people don't know this, but on I-15, where it's really, really flat, we have pumps. So as the drainage flows from the roadway system, it goes into big reservoirs that need to be pumped into other drainage facilities. These things are old and out of service, and these are the reasons why any engineer on any project in Region 2 that says we need pumps, I say no, figure it out a different way. There's a long-term maintenance component to this, and this is one of those things. It's expensive to replace these things. 2 pumps, $150,000. So
it's amazing how dependent we are on them working. So I think you have 3 pumps in each of the pump houses. You need to have 2 at least up and running, or we create lakes immediately.
Yeah, just this last storm system that came through, the generator broke at 7800 South, flooded the roadway. We routinely have 3300 South closed down because of flooding, because we installed pumps. Pumps is a 4-letter word to my staff, for me. Any other questions on any of these other things? As you can see, a lot of the stuff that we've been working on is the enormous growth has led to a lot of needs for studies in our region. And so some of that money goes to help study things with other entities for Region 2.
Rob, how's the Capitol Hill Solutions Development Study coming along?
That has just, I think that if I remember correctly, that is out to consultant RFQ right now. That's an illustration of the use of contingency funding, is to be able to study some of these different areas in depth.
The bridge deck's a lot of press recently. I've heard on the radios and news and others about just telling people beware. This is what we're doing on the bridge decks out around the airport, especially, and all that. So I've heard a lot of that recently.
Well, yeah, thank you. It has been, the last couple of winters have been really, really rough. But so there's 2 separate projects that we're doing. One is a maintenance type of project where we're just resurfacing some of the bridges. This airport bridges project is more of a rehabilitation of the bridge deck. So 2 different things, both rattling people's teeth. So mouth guard sales will go down hopefully after this.
Talked about how you're going to try to sequence these, keep the public informed, but you're also weather dependent.
Yeah, you know, there's 62 total bridges that are going to be under repair this season, and it's almost impossible to convey to the public changes that occur on a daily basis for those bridges. And so that's why we try to point people to our website, because whenever a lane is closed, we should have a barrel put up on our traffic app and our traffic website. So that's where we're trying to point people, because on a day-to-day basis, the schedule changes for all of these things.
District transportation number 14.
Yeah, so this is that MLB area. So this is that area where the Larry H. Miller Group is looking to put a Major League Baseball stadium. That's the power district. It's called the power district because there's a power plant that's centered right there. And so the portion of this study is to help understand what the traffic impacts would be from that full redevelopment in that area. There are so many studies happening in downtown Salt Lake. I know we're growing throughout the state, but Salt Lake City itself is transforming in a lot of different ways, and trying to understand what the traffic impacts are to that we're struggling to keep up.
Being a resident of downtown Salt Lake, they really need Rob's expertise there. So if you're available on a consulting basis. Second point, on the contingency projects, how are those bid out? Are they just? Actually bid out.
Yeah, so the studies go through like our consultant selection process for the most part, but a lot of these other things, because of sorry. Yeah, sorry, thank you. And for things of physical work, we're able to go through our procurement process, which is a state process, because it tends to be more streamlined than our robust construction processes.
I would hope that is the case.
Yeah, we're able to react really quickly through our procurement process, but up to a certain level, a dollar figure, it makes sense. After that, it makes sense to go through our normal processes.
So our Region 3 discussion will follow a similar format. We've got a series of projects here that highlight how we've used transportation solutions and contingency funds in support of our agency goals. And you can go to the next slide. So our first project here, this was done with Transportation Solutions. When the I-15 core project was completed, they included barrier on the outsides of I-15 in a lot of areas, but in the Linden area, it was, at the time, it was judged to be a rural area. And this was also a section of I-15 that it's kind of a bowl. And so the way that bid was structured, they were trying to stretch their dollars, and so they didn't include barrier here, which at the time wasn't a problem. But since then, development has reached into this area and reached next to our corridor, and so it made sense to close this gap and to put barrier along that shoulder of I-15. So this is a good project. This was completed a couple months ago. In the optimized mobility goal, Lehigh City through MAG has a project to expand 2300 West. It's a significant corridor within the city that moves a lot of traffic. That corridor crosses our 2100 North roadway, and 2100 North is a bit of a bottleneck. And they approached us and to see if we could and would be willing to participate in this project, and it made sense to do that. And so this project will be under construction later this year, and with funds that we contributed through Transportation Solutions, we'll be expanding the capacity at the two intersections that will become the frontage roads of the freeway system. And the improvements that we're making here with this project will be forward compatible with the coming 2100 North Freeway project that you saw earlier. So, next slide. Preserve infrastructure. We have a series of retaining walls in Provo Canyon that are beginning to show their age. And we've had, you see that it's called phase 2. Phase 1 was to address the really urgent needs where we actually had some failure. Didn't threaten the roadway, but disturbing nonetheless. And we got those addressed. And this is a continuation of that effort to address problems that we see coming. And so what this involves is called soil nail walls. Those bars that you see leaning against the wall, those are they drill a hole into the embankment, and they insert those bars, and they put grout concrete cement around those bars, and it helps strengthen it. And then there's a shotcrete face that goes on that, which is just a cement solution that gets sprayed against the face of that wall. And this project will extend the life of those walls and help us preserve that infrastructure. In our all users category, this is in American Fork along State Street. This is there's a Union Pacific Railroad line that runs right along State Street, and prior to this effort, this is the completed project that you see here. There was no way for pedestrians separated from the roadway to cross the railroad tracks to get to the intersection at State Street. And so this was significant because there's a school really close to this location that has special needs students. And we've been working with the principal to try to address that. And we were able to work with Union Pacific to allow us to construct this crossing, which is a really nice safety enhancement and consideration for everybody that uses our roadway. So this is the list of our contingency projects. You see that the total is 1.35 million. I just need to echo the sentiments that were expressed prior, how important these funds are. They allow us to do things that come up that are maybe smaller dollar amounts and unforeseen. They give us opportunities to partner with our local jurisdictions and to do those kind of efforts. And like Robert said, you'll see I'm going to highlight 2 studies. With the rapid growth that's happening, with the attention that this area that Utah County is getting from the legislature, it creates a lot of questions. And to answer those questions, a lot of times requires some engineering effort. And I'm going to talk about 2 of those. So if you could go to the next slide. This is a contingency project to look at the Cedar Valley Freeway. This is a phase 3 project in the MAG RTP. This was the subject of Senate Bill 2, or a subject of Senate Bill 2 in the 2023 session that set aside funding for corridor preservation that actually can go out past the end of the long range plan, but in this case, it's within it. We were asked to look at, in conjunction with the local jurisdictions and property owners, to look at reasonable alignments for that freeway, to assess the functionality of those different alignments, and to have recommendations for corridor preservation, so that freeway could be planned for in the community, so that they could develop in a way that is consistent with that freeway, this will probably be one of the best planned freeways in the state because we haven't had the opportunity to look at it this way. If you go out there right now, it's just empty fields, but it won't be that way for long. And so we actually are working feverishly to follow up on Senate Bill 2, and we're hoping, and our plan is to have a proposal to you in the June meeting next month for the right-of-way acquisition with 3 willing sellers. So, next slide. One of the other questions that was asked during the legislative session was what types of relief can we provide along east-west through northwest Utah County. Those familiar know what I'm talking about. Our Pioneer Crossing is one of the main routes. It's vastly over capacity. The volume to capacity ratio, not to get too nerdy, is 1.6. So there's 60% more traffic than I would have said no, but what it means is that people are using that road through more of the day. The peak hours that you would see in the mornings and the afternoon, those extend to where there really isn't a break. It's just busy all the time. And so we were asked to take a look at that. And one of the solutions that the team came up with is applying the flex lanes concept that we have on 5400 South here in Salt Lake County. And this approach works really well here because of the directional nature of the traffic. The demand along Pioneer Crossing, right now we have 2 lanes in each direction, but the demand really requires 4. And with this flexible lane approach, we're able to provide 4 lanes of capacity in the mornings towards I-15 and in the afternoon out to the West Lehigh, Saratoga Springs area. So we completed this study and was used to help develop the concept that you're considering for approval tomorrow.
That's a question about just you folks. How's that overall work once people learned how to use that? Has it been relatively smooth in terms of where you use that concept up in the Salt Lake Valley? And accidents I'm sure we're getting used to it a little bit. Does it work pretty good?
Yeah, I feel like when it was initially put in, there was those concerns, but it's steady stated over time to where people that drive the corridor are fairly familiar with it. The only thing that I would say is it does require constant attention, right? So if one of these signs goes down or the software isn't functioning correctly, that's a big concern. So we've got people that are dedicated to monitoring that and reacting quickly when things happen. And so unlike a typical signal, this is like really, really high priority if something starts to malfunction.
You're both going the same way.
Yeah, there are things that are put in place that will prevent that from happening if the system fails. But yeah, it does require constant vigilance to make sure that it's functioning correctly.
One of the other things that makes this corridor a good fit for this, 5400 South has some accesses that come directly onto it, and that's a bit of a challenge. But on Pioneer Crossing, it's access controlled, and so it'll be a little bit, there'll be less confusing decisions to be made for drivers. So, okay. Any questions about Any of the Region 3 projects?
Could you please go back to Provo Canyon project? Obviously, from the engineer point of view, the moisture is the cause of the most of these challenges of the fall on rock falling. So what do you do to mitigate those water? Can you drain it to the river underneath the road, or what do you do?
Yeah, the drainage systems in Provo Canyon drain to the river. And you're right, it's a constant challenge to try to stay ahead of those issues, to keep the ditches along the roadway clean and to keep the culverts clean. But it's a constant effort that the maintenance shed goes through to do that.
Between the road and the river, right? That wall.
The wall face here.
Yes.
Keystone wall face. Concrete, concrete.
It's true that those blocks have a connection to a grid that extends back into the soil. And as the blocks have had some deterioration, and so when they deteriorate enough, then the connection with that grid, it separates, and then you start to have problems. So.
I just think this contingency projects make such good public outreach with municipalities and others. For 25 projects under $2 million, that's pretty good publicity. So congratulations. I also wanted to thank Commissioner Evans and myself, the willingness to help us. We had that recent symposium in Utah Valley about what's going on, and Eric did an excellent job. It was just a nice community outreach. We had a table there with shows on there and every question. It was just very much appreciated. Make our lives a little easier because they realize UDOT does care. They're here. They're answering questions. Thanks.
Okay, we're ready for Region 4. So as you can see, we're going to also highlight our strategic goals. These programs, they're our lifeblood. And at the end, I'll highlight 3 contingency projects with this. But as you can see, we've also showed the vastness of Region 4. And we've kind of looked at showing how we do this in different areas with our projects here. So next slide. So the first one was 0 crashes, injuries, and fatalities. This is on US 6. So at this particular curve in the road, in the last 2 years, we've had 2 fatalities of crossovers. So we were able to acquire $900,000 of our highway safety improvement program to be able to construct this median barrier. And shortly after this median barrier was constructed, we had somebody hit this barrier. And I want to think that we may have prevented a fatality at that time because of this type of project. So this was awesome. So our next one is optimized mobility, and those going to Moab will really appreciate this project. On US 191 coming off I-70, we constructed a passing lane directly off of the interchange. What we had is we had a lot of freight traffic. We had recreational RVs, etc. They're making a right-hand turn to go south on 191, and they're going slow. And then all of a sudden, people are trying to make unsafe passing movements. So this passing lane provided that opportunity for truck traffic, RV traffic to get up to speed, while also giving vehicle traffic an opportunity to get around before the next passing lane, which is just a couple miles down the road. So this was $4.2 million of our transportation solutions program. And once again, the value of that is awesome. And this was constructed ended last summer. So yeah. Preserve infrastructure. I just wanted to highlight this project. This was a project on US 163 that goes down towards Monument Valley, etc. SR 261, which goes up to the Moki Dugway, and SR 316, which is our state road that goes out to Gooseneck State Park. But I wanted to highlight this because of the great program of, this was a $16 million from our low volume pavement program. This has been a tremendous blessing to Region 4 to have this program in, as we have 64% of the low volume routes. But we were able to overlay with asphalt and improve the rideability on over 31 miles of rural roads. So this was awesome. We completed this last year as well. Our all users project, it's coming from SR8 Sunset Boulevard from milepost 0 to 1.3. So this was originally a pavement overlay project, but during the design, we knew we had issues. We've had some accidents with bicyclists getting hit from behind. So with our pavement program, we figured that we could do a first step of buffered bike lanes. So we were able to utilize paint to paint these buffered bike lanes. It has given our cyclists a feeling of separation, and we've heard a lot of great things about this. It didn't cost a whole lot, but it was a great step forward in protecting all users in this corridor.
Just on the last slide, low volume.
Yeah.
I know so fast, but you have to do all the credit in the world. I mean, we have key legislators. All the improvements that's not.
Thank you. Oh, for years.
He's driven everyone to do.
All right. Well, just this project was funded out of our high volume pavement program, but we just utilized the striping. Our contingency projects, I have 2 pages we go here, but I really wanted to highlight the partnerships just so you could see who we were partnering with these and whether it was one of our projects or not. But there's 3 projects I want to go through, all partnering projects, how we utilize the contingency funds in Region 4. As you can see, this list is $2.3 million. So that does include our partnerships with our locals, and sometimes it includes past years. It's what we completed this past fiscal year. So anyway, to start off with, our first project is the US 6 Lower Crandall Canyon Emergency Watershed Protection Project. So this actually had 3 different projects. One of those is one that we completed was the culvert itself under US 6. That was ours. This is one that we was just right adjacent, just up the channel from this culvert, where we had federal and state partnership dealing with the effects of the Bear Fire still and the runoff from the storms. This was a $2.16 million project where most of the funds, $1.6 million, came from the NRCS, federal funds. But we, with conjunction with the county, we estimated about $541,000 from UDOT. $328,000 came from our own maintenance personnel with equipment and labor. So within our right-of-way in this section, we helped clear the channel, and we took that material and put it where it needed to be. But we also helped with $221,000 of our region contingencies to help build these drop structures, to have this routed riprap. So the rocks that is cemented in, it was concreted in. So this was a great project. It helps reduce the velocity of the water and also gives the ability for debris to settle out of the water prior to getting to our road. And then they did another project which was even higher than this. So there's been a lot of projects up this way. So this was a great partnership that we did. The next one was just a small one, but made a huge difference. This was with Hurricane City on SR9 at 700 West, where we built a right turn lane. And like I said, with this partnership, the city approached us. They came with half the money, $76,000. We used $76,000 of our region contingency, and the city went ahead and built this. So they constructed the new curb and gutter, the sidewalk, and this turn lane, all for $150,000. Great bang for the buck. But what these turn lanes do is they help optimize mobility. They get that turning traffic out of the thoroughfares. And so this was an awesome partnership that we got great value out of. And that was constructed last year as well. I think we're missing one, or did I go through one? Oh, one more. No? Oh, yeah. Did we not have that? It might have disappeared. Yeah. Well, we did another one with SR 14 where we partnered with Kane County, Iron County, the Forest Service, where this project, how much money did that end up being? He'll pull it up. But we partnered with helping with materials within our right of way. And this whole project helped construct snowmobile parking outside of our right of way. We partnered within, but it ended up being like a $1.4 or $1.5 million project. Improved safety because it got people off our highway, parking on our highway. $1.4 million. So yeah, it was good. It was good. We ended up partnering with $275,000, and that was for the materials within our right of way. I think this is a good model of how we'd like to try to do this in the future, but this was a great project for us. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Really face this a lot of dealing with that recreation during people parking on. Yes. It's something that conversation with how we're going to deal with this more programmatic.
Right.
So
If I, just one question or comment, it appears that back there on Highway 6 where you were doing that water control, can we monitor the improvement of the water quality as it leaves that? I mean, we're getting some settlement, not putting that stability in. Do we see much change there?
I would probably have to phone a friend, but I imagine we can, and I imagine they are, but I'm not aware of that.
I would think that some of those projects do add to water quality and keep the solids out of the river channels.
Exactly.
And things. So,
but all of this is, again, this is, this is something, every time there's a wildfire, we're going to be living with but really the water quality probably before the fire is probably one of the places to filter down fires. No fires.
I'm writing that down. All right. Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
So we are finishing up number 7. Would the commission like to take 5 minutes?
Why not? But I do have one quick question that's, I think, timed good here. If I could, Carlos and Nagi. It's just the idea, I was just thinking of the big things happening in the state. Is there anything in all of this that we've seen now region by region that's related to the Olympics? I thought that was the answer. Inland Port. The Point. Okay. Saw that. Power District and downtown. Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
I would say the Olympics, we're working pretty environmental currently that are that has some Olympic influence. Access to the Olympic Park, city, bird, bike path, three documents that we have so far.
Yeah.
Remember, our Olympic bid was built on the idea that you already have everything.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, my reason for asking is I think it's just a helpful context to kind of think through, and it makes that point. Like, we run a infrastructure transportation system that's independent of that bid. It's to serve us full time, all the time, not 17 days kind of thing. But I think it'll be fun to keep asking that lens of these major things happening in the state, and there's more than I've mentioned.
folks, once, July 24th happens, there will be an Olympic up. Start talking those operations. We see it up working much the same way as the last time. We have the same people involved, many of the people that were here the last time, same.
Yeah.
So,
Just make a point that the last Olympics, had to build all the venues, had to prove that we could do this, all these things, but it had a very much an infrastructure component. The next games, as I think about it, it relates a lot more to life quality and sustainability and environment. Super interesting. Yeah, super interesting, because that's a shift. Yeah.
Okay, anybody, food here, drinks in the refrigerator. Anyone feel comfortable to go to the refrigerator? Drinks in the refrigerator, Lou. Now we're serious. Okay, so now we're going to go on to item 8, transportation solution projects. Who's leading that, Ben?
Ivan's going to kick us off with the orientation of the STIP app. And then we're going to go through some projects. So.
Okay, so if you wanted to know where everything is and how it's organized, Ivan's going to show us.
So we'll navigate back to the UDOT homepage. And again, scrolling down to our policy and funding section, we have our Transportation Commission link, which is the same location that we talked about earlier for the March and May presentations. Underneath this section, we have our statewide transportation improvement plan, and we have our projects link. Now, this project link is a live link that takes all of the projects that we have in the department, and there's several different ways we can look at them. But when I click on the projects link, it pulls up and it's going to give me a map that gets extremely busy. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to select, because our next section is going to be our transportation solutions. And I want to see our transportation solutions projects. And you can see the forecasted start year. Many of these projects, it's not forecasted that we're going to start in 2020, but those projects are still ongoing. Either they're in the closeout process, something to that effect. But as I look across here, we have our proposed section, some of our unfunded needs for our transportation solutions. Just helps us kind of get a sense of some of the upcoming needs that we may be coming towards the commission. This commission approved, and then these next two sections, design and construction. The design and construction is a subset of the commission approved. Kind of is it going to impact me as I'm driving? That's what we're really trying to identify. So under the design, this is up and coming, and the construction, there's things going on in the roadway. So we're going to be discussing our transportation solutions section. And if I look at the proposed section, it gives me our map. You can see that they're proposed for the 2025 year. And if I click on the table, I can scroll down through here and it gives us our region, our PIN, the description, a primary concept about the project, and the project value. Each one of these projects, you can see that we have hyperlinks on these projects. So I'm just going to pick this first one. And it, like the previous ones, hey, we've even seen this picture before, right? So we can actually navigate and find a little bit more information about each one of these projects. If I scroll down, let's pick a random one, the bottom of region 2. Again, it just tells us more information about the project on each project. Okay. Now we have, share this one. We have each one of the programs that we've been discussing from transportation solutions. Carlos talked about earlier. We have a pavements program, and within the pavements program, we have our high and low volume pavements. So again, you can do the same, navigate to the same kind of orientation. The look and feel is going to be the same. If you wanted to look at a specific region, if we wanted to look at a specific year, we can filter on the year if my keyboard works. But again, all of these are hyperlinked with project one-pagers. In order to make our discussion today a little bit easier to follow and to document and record, all of these projects, all of these tables have been captured into a view, something similar to this. And this isn't the greatest way to discuss this. But we wanted to present it so you'll have access to it, be able to see it in context. However, we want to make sure that you know that all of these projects can be found on this STIP app. You could even, within the map, if we were on the map section, let's go back to our transportation solutions, you could come in here and you can see information about each one of those projects. Okay. I don't know. Okay. So again, back to our presentation here, you can see our map view when we start looking at the where the projects are on our map. We're busy. Within the Transportation Solutions Program, what we wanted to do is give a sense of what the Transportation Solutions Program is going to be addressing. What's the concepts behind each one. You can see we've divided them up into different categories from barrier down to signs and sidewalks, and the percentage of the count of projects that we have addressing each one of these primary concepts. So our next slide is a list of the Transportation Solutions proposed projects, the projects that we have, the project value, and the category that they'll be addressing. So we can pause here for a minute and let the commission look at it. If there's questions, you have the regions that are available to answer them.
I'll speak to one of them just to kick it off a little bit. At the very bottom, there's an item for grant submittal development. This is an item that we brought before the commission before. This is some funding to support the development of these grant applications. Different grant applications take different levels of effort. We're recommending 600,000 there. I'll just point out that, I mean, if you look at the last couple grants that we've got in Region 4 specifically, I think there was a $70 million grant in Cedar City and then an 87 in St. George. I mean, I think we're on the right side of our return on investment number for a while with asking for 600,000 there. So there's been an increase in volume in available grants with the new federal program, the IIJA, and this funding pays for that grant development. So that's the type of thing that you'll see in there. That's listed as a statewide transportation solutions project or recommendation. So this is for information only at this meeting, and this is similar to the next chunk of items on our agenda. These are recommendations at this meeting, and then they would be approved in June. We'd come back for approval in June. Same type of process that you saw with, for example, if there were any changes between now and then, like Stephanie went through on the UTN and ATIF, we would come back and present. We would point out any differences between what was recommended now and what is the request for approval in June.
We hope that all the commissioners, not just Region 1 through 4, involved in directly and really actively with all the communities to know what the needs are, review the projects really sincerely to make sure there's not much, one is better than other one. If there's a postponement or modification needs to be brought up quickly before June. That way we know what we're doing the right thing, satisfying the needs for the communities. I will personally say, forget about the ranking. If this one project needs to be really brought up to our attention, please do so. All the commissioners, not just Region 1 through 4. Thank you.
Thank you, Nagi, for that. So these, the regions do work with the communities and come up with this. I mean, is this 50% of what the regions have come up with so far? Is this, because what we've done is we go through all of the funding and try to figure out how much is available for transportation solutions. So we take care of the big assets first, the pavements, the bridges. We try to do as good as we can with those, and then we try to come up with some money for transportation solutions. Every year, it's dependent on actually what the gas tax revenues tend to be and what the other needs are. So there's a lot more, quote, needs out there than what this list looks like.
Yeah, I don't know if any of the region directors have off the top of their head on what their overall list would be.
Yeah. Does this represent 50%, 20%?
So this represents about just over 10 million from the region on about $100 million worth
So
of
10%.
of needs that we have identified.
Rob? 20%.
Yeah, 20% is about consistent with the list of projects that we get proposed every year. I will highlight, just for no commissioner in particular, that we've got assigned projects on I-80. Just put that out there. Nobody in particular.
I just like to reiterate what my son's Carlos was saying is, thank you. He talks about these programs, and this transportation solutions is how we deal with every other asset that we don't have a program for. So it is so valuable to us as a region to be able to try to figure out what our best needs are for this money and to go utilize that. And you could see just the variety up there. It's just, we're trying to take care of all our roadway assets, and this gives us that opportunity. So thank you.
So
Hey, Carlos, I apologize. I have to excuse myself for a campus commitment, but I will follow up with Rob if I got the materials and I'll check it out. So thank you. And see you in the morning.
Our next one, we have Cheryl coming up to talk through with our structured program.
Good morning, Cheryl Hirsch. I'm with the Structures Division. I'm the Chief Structural Engineer. So just as a reminder, there are 3 focus areas of our funding. One is the Bridge Formula Program, which is newer, which is from the IIJA federal funding. We get $45 million a year. You've heard a lot about that over the last couple years as we develop this list of 90 bridges. What we tried to do this year is to look at the bridges from that list that we're going to put in the 2025 program. So there's 10 projects on here for 2025 that are using the BFP funding. And this is so that we're not coming to every commission meeting with 1 or 2 of them. We're trying to take them all at once. Then there are 2 new projects, and those are focused on our other 2 funding sources, bridge rehab and replacement and preservation. Those are the last 2 here on the list for 2027. Like Ivan showed, you can get to detailed information on those projects through the STIP app. One is a painting project for the south end of I-215. If you ever drive that corridor, you can see that those bridges are in need of preservation treatment on the girders. The paint systems are failing. And the other one is some rehab replacement near Cove Fort. The other remaining 5 projects on the list, they're highlighted in yellow. They're all scope or funding changes. So we reevaluate our projects every year to see, 1, is it still the right priority? 2, does it have the right funding? And 3, does it have the right scope? So from this, there is 1 project that we are abandoning. We found, based on how conditions have changed since our last inspection cycle, which was 2 years ago, that this is no longer the highest priority. There are other bridges with higher priorities. So we think we can push this to a future year. So we're just going to abandon it for now. And then the other ones we've either added a bridge to some of the bridge formula ones, or we've now seen that based on the costs of projects, we need more funding. Any questions? Okay.
And our next two are in our pavement program, the high and low volume pavements. Again, we looked at those programs on the STIP app earlier that we could see the projects. So this view is similar to what Cheryl talked about. The items that are the projects that are highlighted in yellow have been reevaluated, and the project value has been adjusted, or they've added the project is adding some scope. The other non-highlighted projects on our list, these would be the new projects that were being presented to the commission for this year. Again, so the new projects are the ones that you'll find on the STIP app that are being proposed. There's 3 pages of our high volume road program. And then in our low volume road program, we just have a single page presented. Again, just to show a little bit of go back and forth under our STIP program app. If I wanted to go back and look at our low volume pavement for the table. So here because I'm in the region 2 view, here's my region 2 projects. I can click on my pin and find more detail about each one of these projects. Okay. So that's the review of our pavement program, the high and low volume pavements. The next item that we have is our Protect program. Patrick's coming up to the mic.
Good morning. Grateful to be here with you today. The Protect program is a formula fund and a discretionary grant program that was introduced with the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. And it is specifically tailored to address natural hazards risk on our roadway assets. And it defaults as an 80-20 match. So we identify projects that we feel we could proactively make more robust or find ways to mitigate. And if we were to put together a resilience improvement plan that has a prioritized list and that is in alignment with our long-range transportation plan, we can reduce that match from 20% down to 10%. And so we've done that, and thanks to our partners at FHWA, we got the approval yesterday that the resilience improvement plan is in effect, and it's there, and we have our prioritized list, and it is in alignment with the long-range transportation plan. So these projects that we're proposing today will have that reduced match. The resilience improvement plan is in alignment also with our state hazard mitigation plan. And these proposed projects here are all for the formula fund, except for, you can see the 3 at the top. Because of the high dollar amount and the location, we feel that those would be good for the discretionary grant opportunities. And so at the bottom here, you can see we have a grant match amount that would help to offset the cost match for that discretionary grant.
Might just real quick, Patrick, it might be worth noting that this is fairly unique, that you can use federal
Federal
formula
funds.
funds to match federal discretionary
That is
grant.
correct.
So that's a good thing. I mean, yeah.
And this plan itself is not required. It is optional. We have tied it to our transportation asset management plan, as well as the risk and resilience part of that. And so it's exciting that we can use these federal funds to do the match. Plus, it fills another need that is required within our TAMP. Any questions? So it's large projects. So we have a structures project on I-15 at milepost 60, the Ogden Canyon MSC wall replacement, and the Thistle, US 89 Birdseye to US Thistle. We feel that those would be good for the grants. The other projects, the majority of them are addressing drainage issues that are happening. We do have an avalanche diversion structure in here, and also rock slide mitigation, rock fall hazards in here. So it's these natural hazards, everything from avalanche to debris flow, flooding, that this program covers.
Evacuation routes, any of these intended for that or so designated?
It's not designated for evacuation routes. We anticipate that it will help. I'm thinking of the US 189, the Provo Canyon, where it's not necessarily an evacuation route, but it is some people's way in and out from their cabins and homes, but not designated as such. But these funds can be used for that as well. Correct. So yes, with resilience, we talk about 4 R's. We talk about making it more robust, and that's what we're mostly familiar with, is hardening the asset so it doesn't fail. But then we have redundancy. So if it does fail, how might we bypass it? We have rapidity and we have not. The NOFO hasn't come out yet, but we're preparing for that. The NOFO, I'm so sorry. The Notice of Funding Opportunity. I apologize. So we anticipate it coming out soon, but again, there's no commitment from the federal government when that will happen. So we want to be prepared for when it does. We know where, we know how, we've got all the information ready to go. They'll let us know tomorrow when it's coming out.
And and what Patrick's talking about is the next round of the Protect discretionary grant
Correct.
program. We have applied for and received a previous round of Protect grants. Or yeah, another project that we were able to get.
Yep, discretionary grants.
The only thing I'll mention just quickly is they are updating some of the items for the formula funds. And the biggest thing they mentioned is if the project is dominantly meant to address the resiliency, then the entire project. Whereas you had to do a lot of math calculations.
Right. Yeah, these funds can be used for part of the project for a specific asset that is affected, or it can be all. Each one of these is the entire project, and so we don't anticipate having any snafus there.
Thank you. Next one is also a newer program from the IIJA infrastructure bill, the carbon reduction program.
As I mentioned, was established with the IIJA. The primary purpose is to reduce transportation emissions. So we get as a state, we get some money in this carbon reduction program. There's some sub-allocated money that goes out to the MPOs as well. And we have some overarching general strategy on how to implement that. Active transportation, some technology, some alternative fuels. So the recommendation that we have for this year for that funding is, it came out of some discussions and some ideas that came out through the legislative session, but generally it's for us to work with our Division of Air Quality and transfer some money to them that they can use into an existing grant program that they have that provides incentives for like trucks. And I think it's, I'm looking at Laith to see if he see if I speak wrong, but for truck and bus alternative fuel retrofits and incentives. So that's the recommendation here. And we haven't done it before this way, so this is kind of a first time and see how it works type of situation, but we feel like this is about the right amount that would be appropriate for that first time working with DAQ and seeing if this can move the needle a little bit. Is there anything I missed, Lake?
Our next program, we're going to discuss, Chris Potter, our local government engineer, is coming up to discuss the Joint Highway Committee recommended projects. He'll give us a brief overview of the Joint Highway Committee, the process and the programs, and then discuss the projects.
All right, thank you for the opportunity today to come and talk about some of the projects that are primarily in the rural areas of the state outside of an MPO boundary. So first of all, part of the Code of Federal Regulations requires that any non-metropolitan area outside of the state needs to be represented in the SIP process. And so we've done that for the past 41 years through what's called the Joint Highway Committee. And this is a committee that was established, like I said, 41 years ago in conjunction with the road school that was held in St. George each spring. So the makeup of that committee is, it has 15 representatives from the cities that are appointed by the Utah League of Cities and Towns, and 15 representatives from the counties, which are appointed by the Utah Association of Counties. And the membership is distributed roughly by UDOT region so that there's broad representation across the state. And it's very typical for the members of the Joint Highway Committee to be either county commissioners, mayors, city councilmen or women, city and county engineers, and so forth. Next slide. So the Joint Highway Committee recommends projects to the Transportation Commission for you all to decide whether to include or not. And again, they're typically outside of an MPO boundary. We also utilize the Joint Highway Committee anytime we need representation on policy, such as administrative rules that directly affects local governments. Two examples of those are the administrative rule that oversees the Class B and C road funds. And for those that aren't aware, those are the funds, the 30% of the gas tax revenues that go directly to the local governments. And then there's also an administrative rule for maintenance responsibilities at intersections of state routes with local roads. And so we utilize the Joint Highway Committee as we review those rules and make adjustments and changes approximately every 5 years. So in general, the Joint Highway Committee represents the road interests of municipalities and counties across the state with UDOT. So the Joint Highway Committee oversees 6 funding programs. Most of those 5 of those are federal, and then 1 is state. And these monies are sub-allocated specifically to areas across the state by population. So a non-urban sub-allocation is for populations under 5,000. A small urban is for populations between 5,000 and just under 50,000. So as you can see, there's the Small Urban Fund, STBG Small Urban Fund, $6 million a year.
and it kind of goes down through there. There are the new carbon reduction fund that came with that IIJA funding. That's kind of a unique one where it's supposed to go to transportation projects that are going to reduce the carbon footprint. And when we're talking rural Utah, there aren't as many activities that we can really do to reduce that carbon footprint. Like in Panguitch, for example, there's one signal. It wouldn't make sense to build a traffic operations center for one signal or to coordinate one signal when there's only one. So what we opted to do is to combine the new carbon reduction fund that's sub-allocated to these population areas into our TAP program. And we're doing primarily trail projects, which has been a significant boost and helped us to actually start constructing some trails in rural areas across the state. And it's really complementary to Governor Cox's initiative to build trails and connect communities across the state. Yeah, so there's the different amounts for the different programs. So the Joint Highway Committee, our process throughout the year basically begins with the federal fiscal year. So around the 1st of October, we put out a call for applications for all those that are eligible. And they have about 3 months to prepare applications. And through that time period, we're working a lot with them as they bounce ideas off of us to find out what is it isn't eligible, how much funding's available, how can they put together a more competitive application. The applications are typically due the second Friday in January. And at that point, the applications are provided to all the subcommittee members to start reviewing those applications. Some of them actually go out and drive projects, which is really beneficial. And then in February, the subcommittees meet for our project selection meetings. And in those meetings, we have the applicants come, give a brief overview of their project. And then the more important part is each of the subcommittee members can ask questions so they have a better clarification of what the projects actually are. And then in that meeting, we do a final prioritization of the projects, and then we reveal what those rankings are. And then once those are revealed, then we go to the task of trying to determine how many projects can we fund with the money that's available. And so we complete that task in those meetings. And then in April, the subcommittees make those recommendations to the full Joint Highway Committee in their April semi-annual meeting. And then that brings us to here today, where we present the projects to the commission for their review. And then it follows the rest of this STIP process, as you all, I'm sure, are aware. And then when it's finalized in October, we start the process all over again. Next slide. So these are the projects that the Joint Highway Committee is recommending this year for inclusion in the STIP. As you can see, there's quite a few really good projects. I will make note, the very top one, the STP Small Urban Program, this year we did not accept applications. And the reason for that is when we do project rankings, what we like to do is we try to see where there's a gap between a group of projects where there's, say 3 or 4, maybe 5 that are really ranked higher, then there's a significant gap between some of the other ones. And then we try and line those up with the funding that's available. And last year we had a bunch of really good projects in the STP Small Urban Program. And we had the ability, if we used up all of our contingency, to actually fund, I think it was 7 or 8 projects that were really well grouped and ranked high and differentiated themselves from the other ones. And so what we opted to do is to go ahead and fund all of those, use up all the contingency, with the caveat that if for some reason we need some of that contingency, projects that are on the lower end of the ranking would get bumped into fiscal year 2027. And everyone agreed that that would be a good strategy and something that they would be willing to do. And so that's why we didn't accept applications this year, because we would probably only be able to award maybe 2 projects instead of the typical 5 or 6. And so the percentages would be not very great if you're applying for that program. Maybe only 10% would get funded, whereas we typically fund around 30 to 40% of project applicants. The TAP program, we were able to program 2 TAP small urban projects and 3 TAP non-urban projects. We were really excited about that because we've been saving money in these TAP programs to actually be able to build projects. And so with the addition of the carbon reduction money, we had a pretty good pot of money to actually program some projects. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, it's Transportation Alternative Program. So it's basically projects that are going to pull pedestrians, bicyclists, and stuff that off of the roadways and onto their own facility. So it's safer for them, safer for the drivers, and stuff. So, and then our other programs, the SDP non-urban, we were in a good situation this year. We had some projects that underran, money was returned to the program, and some funds had built up. So we were actually able to program, I think it's 8 projects out of like 11. So it was like a 75% we were able to award this year, which was, they were all really happy about that. The off-system bridge, we had 3 applications this year. 2 of those we funded through the Joint Highway Committee. And the third one, we actually found out in the meeting that it was on the New Bridge Program formula list. And so that got funded through that program rather than the Joint Highway Committee. So we haven't received as many applications for the off-system bridge lately because the New Bridge Formula Program is actually taking care of a lot of the worst bridges in the rural areas of the state. So that's been a really good thing for the off-system bridges. And then finally, the State Park Access Program, we funded the Cascade Springs Drive. It's actually a phase 2 of that project in Wasatch County, where we actually funded a previous phase 1 in previous years. So those are the projects for the Joint Highway Committee, if there's any questions. Yes.
Backup projects for each category, just in case one of the project falls off.
Well, we have them prioritized and stuff, but typically we're programming 3 years out. So if a project falls out, we'll move projects forward and then program those funds in later years. So yeah, we try not to let money just sit around waiting. We'll move projects up and be as efficient as we can.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And what's your relationship to the regions? How do you work with the regions?
So I work in program finance under Ivan, and I work a lot with mainly the program managers as we go through. I work a lot, obviously,
the
with the
program
joint,
managers at the regions.
yeah, the program managers at the region. So as we work through the Joint Highway Committee, get the projects approved, get them approved through the Transportation Commission, and get them on the STIP. Then as the projects come up to their funded year, I work with the program managers, identify who the I work with the program managers to find out who the project managers are. And then I provide the applications to them to make sure that they know what the scope, schedule, and budget is on the projects and get those kicked off as soon as possible after the funding becomes available.
Yeah, so these are all these programs you see here. They're all federal except for the bottom one, the State Park Access. That's state funds.
Correct.
And so we're responsible for administering the federal program, even though you look at them, you say those are local government jobs. So that's why it's important that the regions have a project manager associated to it. So they're the ones that actually, approve the payments, sign the contracts, and those things.
Right.
Questions for Chris?
So last year when we had this discussion, and it's been a while since the Joint Highway Committee had this level of a discussion, we've always presented the projects, but last year we elected to have Chris come in and talk through the program. There were some questions that we thought we'd preemptively try to answer. We do have the Joint Highway Committee website that provides a bunch of information about the Joint Highway Committee, as well as the project applications. And when you click on this project applications link, it's going to provide access to the different programs, all of the applications that were received. And then if we were to go back to the STIP app that we were talking through earlier, as I scroll down through, here's our Joint Highway Program. Here's the different the funds that are within that program. So if I pick the non-urban and all areas, I'm able to see the list of the project that Chris has talked about, as well as picking up and being able to see the project one-pager about each one of these programs. So it's pretty easy to a review of the process and the programs, what was selected, what the goals are of the project, information on each of the programs.
And if that's too cumbersome, you can just contact me directly.
Chris, you spend a lot of time on the road, don't you?
I have. Yeah, for a long time, I actually visited all 29 counties every spring. And I think they've gotten to know me well enough that we've don't do that as often anymore. But yeah, I enjoy working with our rural areas, especially. It's a lot of fun.
Thank you.
Chris is the E.F. Hutton of UDOT. When he talks, everybody listens.
You're too kind.
Thank you.
He asked a question, we'll be talking about this.
I'm the new HR rep. First mile, last mile transit connections. I think Ben is going to kick us off.
Yeah, I'll set the stage a little bit on this. So we've got two items that are similar. So the first one, TTIF, FMLM. So that's Transit Transportation Investment Fund, first mile, last mile. And then the next one is TIF AT, or Transportation Investment Fund, active transportation. So to set the stage, a little bit of background, these are two capacity project programs. They're sub categories within the funding source of TIF and TTIF. They've been around for a few years now. They're both related to active transportation or walking and biking. The first one, the TTIF, first mile, last mile, is related to providing active transportation connections to public transit facilities. So if there's like a need to make a trail connection to a bus stop or a transit station or something like that, or improve some sort of access for walking and biking, that's what that first one is. And then the active transportation is walking and biking capacity. Both of these, they're similar in the way that both of these programs are, we administer them as a grant type program for local governments. The Utah code requires us to allow nominations from local government or public transit district for these programs. And they both have the TTIF has a 30% match requirement, and the TIF active has a 40% match requirement. So one of the reasons why I wanted to set the stage a little bit is that this has been around for a few years. We have made some programming we made recommendations, and the commission has approved programming in the past. Now we have a transit division, we have a trails division, which we did not have before. So before, we had a little bit of a gap in I'll call the handoff between the planning and programming and then the project delivery. And so now we have like Eric Buell as a program manager on the trail division and the active transportation side, and then Chris Chestnut as a program manager on the transit side. So they've been going through quite a bit of effort to get the status of the stuff that we've already programmed. And we've got quite a bit of that. And I'm circling all the way back to what Carmen presented at the very beginning with the inflation and everything. These projects are not immune to the inflation and the cost escalations that other projects have seen. So we do have some programming recommendations, but I want to say that we're going to focus a little bit more as we go forward on figuring out what making progress on the ones that we already have programmed. So whether that means coming back to the commission with additional recommendations for requests for additional funding, or maybe some scope adjustments or anything like that. So Andrea's going to go through some numbers. We're working towards having some, I'll call it dashboarding on some of those existing projects with these additional resources that we have now. And so that we can, I don't know, I'm very hopeful with these resources that we're gonna move these programs forward. So with that, now I'll turn it over to Andrea, and she'll go through some of the the statistics and then some of the recommendations that we do have for programming.
Thanks, Ben. Andrea Olson, Planning Director for UDOT. And, you know, the Planning Division has been and continues to be very involved in the nomination side of the project prioritization process. And, you know, we expect that to continue. And the ranking, you know, the scoring the projects, producing the rank list, that kind of stuff. And then I think, you know, we have been working very closely with the Trails and Transit Group in terms of, like Ben said, kind of getting a good understanding of those projects that you have already programmed and what the status and what, you know, additional needs for those might be. So given all of that, we again did work very closely with the Trails Division and the Transit Division to identify what we thought were some good opportunities, but under it, in the context of kind of under the umbrella of knowing that there are a lot of projects out there that we want to make sure are whole and, you know, are completed, and that the sponsors or the local governments have the resources they need. So if you want to, perfect, thank you. So for first last mile projects, we currently have, you have programmed 16 first last mile projects. Throughout the state, like Ben said, the intent of those is to connect to transit. And so not surprisingly, the bulk of those projects are along the Wasatch Front, which has a more robust transit system, but they're not limited to the Wasatch Front. Knowing that we have those 16 projects, some of those are just getting going. We don't necessarily know the full extent of the need for those projects right now. But we felt like there were some opportunities for the nominations that we got from local governments and from transit districts. And the nomination period was over last summer. There is a first last mile program that received a RAISE grant. So this is a federal grant that provides 80% of the project cost. And many of those projects, not all of them, I believe that is a program of 16 projects. 11 of those, actually 12 of those projects, you'll see 11 here and I'll explain that, applied for TTIF first last mile funding, basically to provide the match to the federal side. So the federal funding, the federal RAISE grant, they've already received it. That's a done deal. That money would potentially match a TTIF award if the commission goes in that direction. And then the TTIF award is providing the match for the RAISE. So there's a real opportunity to leverage those federal grants. There's the first 11 projects here are all RAISE grant recipients. There's actually 12. One of these projects is actually 2 separate RAISE grants. The Salt Lake Canal and East Jordan Canal Trails is actually 2 RAISE projects. So you'll see there is a requirement for a 30% match on first last mile. You'll see here that what you would potentially be supplying if you approve this is 20% of the total project cost. The last project there is, this was submitted as a project. This one, to me, this really embodies kind of what first last mile is intended to do. The project is to provide either an overpass or an underpass of the rail to connect high density residential development, a trail network, and connect those facilities to the Roy Frontrunner station. The city, they submitted the project, which is how the nomination process works. They actually aren't necessarily ready to receive funds. They need to still understand a little bit better if it would be an overpass or underpass, and are interested in the funds just to be able to kind of further that and to study that a little bit more. And so we are recommending that we give them the $140,000 and they will match it for a $200,000 study to look at that. Yeah. I would say they're probably on a spectrum, but certainly leaning towards shovel ready. I know there's a group within the planning division that is working on concepts, working with the local governments on concepts for each of those RAISE grant projects. So, they're definitely in the works, and, the cities were not, there was no guarantee that, the commission was going to supply that raise grant match, but they are moving ahead and are, intending to be shovel ready quickly, if not so already. And that's, one of the other things I think about an advantage of kind of taking advantage of the raise grant is that there will be more eyes on these projects. We work closely with the FHWA office to make sure that, funds are moving appropriately, agreements are getting signed. So I think that will be a benefit to the program as well, to have, not only is it UDOT that's interested in it and the local government and the transit district, but now the federal government will be watching all of these closely as well. Well, the local communities, I can't speak, to what those backup plans are, but they were told pretty clearly that there's no guarantee of this. But we encourage them to apply because it does make sense to take advantage of those federal funds. Any other questions about these projects? So just in talking first last mile, you have programmed 16 first last mile projects. In contrast, you have programmed 46 active transportation projects just under the TIF Act. This does not include the Utah Trail Network work that Stephanie talked to you about earlier. So just a reminder, these are hard surface bicycling and pedestrian facilities. One of the requirements is that they're able to demonstrate mitigation of traffic congestion on a state facility. There's a 40% local match requirement for these projects. And again, we are working closely with the Trails Division to get a very strong assessment of those 46 projects that you've already programmed. What kind of additional needs are there? Are there things that are holding them up? So in an effort to balance wanting to, again, make sure those projects are whole, and as Ben said, we'll be coming back to you, over the course of your meeting schedule to maybe see what kinds of extra funds are needed. But we also thought it was important to program a couple, or to recommend programming a couple projects. And so these are the two that we are recommending. These are projects that do well in the safety category. Obviously, safety of pedestrians and cyclists has been a priority of the department and has been a concern in recent years. So they're geographically diverse. They're in St. George and in Sandy. We have talked to the project sponsors about these and they are ready to go. So we feel like these are good projects that are kind of primed and ready. I don't foresee any issues that way or any overlap that way. Steph used to work in the planning division and I was sad to lose her, but I was thrilled to have her in this position because she and I work very well together. And so I think we have been in pretty constant communication about, once the commission programs projects, then I think it's, fairly clear to both of us that they kind of move over to her division. But again, the implementation is really on the part of the regions, but it's her group that's kind of keeping track of everything. So I don't anticipate issues that way. And, so far we certainly haven't had any. I think other people have more questions about it than Steph. I don't mean to speak for Stephanie, but I think but yeah, she and I communicate very often about this.
one? No?
So it's not the one that was included in some legislation that came out of the session. I don't know if that's the one you're referring to.
One up here is,
This one
by
cross,
Wasatch Boulevard.
it crosses 90th South. It's a gap in a trail, the Salt Lake Canal Trail, I think. And where it crosses 90th South and people have to go out of their way to make a safe crossing of it. So this would complete that gap. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Adrian. Andrea. So, lunch? Yeah, we can smell it. So let's take some time. Let's get some food. We're moving through the agenda really well. So I don't think it's a 2:00. I'm looking at the commissioners. Is half an hour enough? Okay, for lunch. Okay, so what I would ask is, I'm sure there's plenty of food for everyone, but I would like to allow the commissioners to go first so they could get back, because this meeting is for them. So off with the tollway restricted account. That is about the most exciting after lunch topic. Yeah, he's okay. Thank you. Thank you. Let's find our places. Okay, so we're going to turn the time over to Troy to talk about the tollway restricted account.
Perfect.
What is
Troy
it?
Peterson, Operations Director. I don't mind talking over you, Carlos. I apologize. I'm too close to the mic, or am I just fine? Okay. Tollway Restricted Fund. Maybe a little background of why we're talking about that here. Part of our Utah code. The commission may authorize money as we spent, or that's deposited into the account, we spend on items such as design, construction, reconstruction, operation, maintenance, some few other things that as it relates to the express lanes. One of the things, and some of the stuff that we report on in this from this is our historic balances each year, revenues, expenditures, and then any planned expenditures we have coming forward. And so that's kind of just kind of giving the background as to why we have this conversation here as it relates to the restricted fund. Just as a reminder, there's some goals we have as part of the express lanes, optimizing movement of people throughout the corridor, and also provide a predictable trip for our users when it comes to, I hate to use the word faster. I'm conflicted with the word faster, but we want to provide a predictable trip for our users. And then obviously to use the revenues from the express lanes to help us invest in our improvements in that corridor. Yes. Yeah, that's, yes.
Troy, just as you talk, when you turn away from the mic, you fade down. So
Okay.
it's hard to follow. So
I
maybe stay
will
straight
do
on
better
to
to
your
try
mic.
and stay focused with that. Express lane, let's move on to the express lane fund balances. You'll notice on this slide, I've got kind of shows where our balances at the end of every fiscal year where we land. You'll see that steady increase that we've got there, but that will fluctuate depending on what expenditures we have coming up. And we'll talk a little bit more about that on future slides. But you can see back in 2021, we had a really low, I shouldn't say really low, but the fund balance was low, and that was obviously, if we think back during COVID, we didn't have as many users, we didn't collect as much revenue. We had just the year prior had spent a fair amount of money on some system upgrades, and so we have been in a process of rebuilding that fund balance. Next slide is our express lanes trips. Just kind of want to show the increase that we've had in the actual use of that lane. Everything from under 1 million to we're right now we're a few months left in this fiscal year, but looks like we're tracking for right around 1.4 million. We project next year to be 1.5. We were seeing increases in number of people using as well as participants in the program. So let's see. Next slide. Tollway restricted revenues and expenses. This kind of shows the amount of money that we brought in and the money we spent in each of those fiscal years. And you can
Go back to the chart before, or the table before, please.
Trips?
What is that clean vehicle trips? I'm not familiar with that.
Oh, sorry. Yes, the paid trips only. So this only counts for this is only counting for those individuals in the lane that we collected. Collected for those trips inside that lane.
So to add to that, the clean vehicles are the vehicles that are identified by And where we feel we have space in the program, we'll allow some of them in. They have transponders, so we can monitor that. But as these lanes start to fill up, there's going to be less opportunity for people because we're really, the purpose of this lane is to move more people, encourage people to carpool. And what we do with the hot lane, high occupancy toll lane, is we are basically selling that excess capacity to single occupancy users. And you guys set a toll rate, you give us a range. You have to approve that. We then operate within that range based on the level of congestion. So if that lane is filling up and it starts to slow down, the price to be in that lane goes up. And with the idea is that's going to discourage people from using it, and we can maintain the speeds in that lane.
Carlos, on that, could those cars, like the clean ones, do they have to get a certification, or some automatically qualify under the law to be there? How do they do that?
Yeah, so they have to, first of all, be a qualifying car as defined by the EPA. And then they get on a list and they wait until there's available room to participate in that program. It's getting less and less. In fact, we're probably transitioning to a point, Troy, by 2026.
Yeah, the end of 2025.
End of
is the
25.
Sunset date for that program.
Where that program will go away and there won't be any clean vehicles in that express lane or high occupancy toll lane.
You still have motorcycles, you still have buses.
Buses are allowed. Motorcycles are allowed. They're going to continue to be allowed unless the statute changes.
Thank you.
Troy, did I?
Have we seen an increase in that usage with the longer lanes now from Spanish Fork to?
Yeah, that's.
Yes.
So that's what we're seeing here. Now, can we isolate it and say the reason we're seeing the increase is because the system is longer? It's the longest continuous high occupancy toll lane in the country. We're at 80 miles now, Troy?
Oh,
We're about 80 miles.
82.
82.
82.
82 miles. So is the increase in usage because of the additional length, or is it because congestion is increasing on the roadways? It's hard to isolate the purpose, but I think it's a combination probably of both.
Okay.
The speed limit's higher in that one too, isn't it?
No.
Okay, this graph on our revenue versus our expenditures, we're also showing what we collected versus what we spent over the last 3 or 4 years. One thing I'd like to point out is that our system maintenance, running our back office, is probably the bulk of our expenses when it comes to running or managing and operating the express lanes. That's generally about $1 million a year. And then that goes up based on the number of participants that we have in the program.
Yeah, so we contract out to, it's basically a toll road operator in another state that does all the back office stuff. So when somebody wants to enroll in the program, they're working actually with a contractor to do that. And that's what Troy's talking about. That's our biggest expense, is to contract with that private back office operation. And this is typical in the tolling industry, where you'll have multiple toll roads all working with the same, the one back office provider to try to generate efficiencies.
Couple items to point out on this particular graph. You'll notice in fiscal year 21, we had a large, rather high expense. And that was, I mentioned that earlier, was a system upgrades, and we had to replace some servers and a lot of some equipment. And that's a commitment we made the year prior, anticipating more revenue, and then COVID happened, right? So we balanced out that. We didn't do as many other items in the following years, but we're moving back up. We've got some projects planned for this next fiscal year. One of them that you may remember, that in March, there was a project on the express lane pilot we're looking at, tolling as a service. It was funded and approved at the commission in March. And that we're planning on taking about $800,000 from the express lane restricted or the restricted account here to go towards that project as well. Okay. Just kind of this slide's intended to kind of show you what we brought to you last year and then what we're bringing to you this year and kind of show you where we ended up. So in 2024, fiscal year 24, we came and asked for 1.8 million approval to spend in these different, I'm going to call them buckets within the program. And then I can show you, this is showing a total. The 1.7 is where we plan to anticipate to end this fiscal year at, because there's still costs coming in and some revenue that will continue to collect through the end of this fiscal year. But it looks like it's going to hit right around that 1.7 mark that's on there. And then as far as fiscal year 25, our request is to spend that 2.9 million in this program. And you can see through the express lane system, 1.2 million. I'm not going to read all of these, but under the tolling as a service prototype, that's the one I mentioned earlier about the 800,000 that we'd be utilizing that particular pilot program. And then we've got some other items in here on enforcement. But that's the plan for the tollway revenue fund. Yes. So now which two were those, Jess? Yes. Okay, so on the system analysis one, we've hired consultants to help us with some of our effort in that area. And in a year prior, we were able to do a lot more and take some efficiencies. So we don't anticipate needing as much help this next fiscal year in that particular field. And then also in the maintenance and support, same type of thing. Well, let me step back. On the equipment and software, we do anticipate we do have some old equipment that we may have to replace. We also don't feel like we're going to need as much support from the consultant side to help us on that effort, because we did some effort this last year to make some repairs in other areas that we feel like we're better poised to not have to have that support moving forward. Does that make sense? Any other questions on the breakdown on how we anticipate, how we'd like to get the approval to spend future funds on the restricted account funds? I don't know. I don't think.
That'll be in planning where our future.
That's all we have on the restricted fund.
Good afternoon, Matt Moss, Director of UDOT Aeronautics, and I'm here to give you the first look at the ACIP, 5-year ACIP for this next year. Before I talk about any of the numbers, I just wanted to talk about the ACIP process and how we get to where we are today. Our ACIP process for next year is already started right now. And we're working with airports to have them look at their projects, what their needs are for the next 2 months, June, July. August, we'll actually start meeting with the airports, have official meetings with the airports and the Federal Aviation Administration. And then September, we're going to finalize what the needs of the airports are. And then we'll take the finalized projects that the airports are looking to get funding for, either through the FAA or through the state. And we'll start putting it together in the spreadsheet that you'll see. And we'll start working through those different projects, make sure with the FAA that funding is available for the needs of the airports. But as part of the ACIP Airport Capital Improvement Plan, part of this process also is meeting with our Aviation Coalition. And our Aviation Coalition consists of members from different aviation groups. These groups consist of Utah Business Aviation Association, Utah Airport Operators Association, Utah Backcountry Pilots, Utah General Aviation Association, Utah Aviation Educators Association, AVUSI, which is an Unmanned Vehicle Systems International, Mountain West Unmanned System Alliance, and then the Utah wing of the Civil Air Patrol and Experimental Aircraft Association. So we have a representative from each one of these groups. And as part of the development of the ACIP, we give them an opportunity. We meet with them quarterly and give them an opportunity to look at the ACIP, provide us feedback on things that they're seeing in the aviation system here in the state of Utah that need to be addressed. And so we've got a very good dynamic back and forth working relationship with the Aviation Coalition. And there'll actually be somebody there. It's a statutory requirement for them to come to report to the Transportation Commission. So they will be there in June when we present this for the commission's approval. And you'll be able to ask questions of them, and they'll confirm that, yes, this long group of organizations support the ACIP as presented to the Transportation Commission. One thing that we've done this year, though, under the direction of Carlos, is we've put together another group. It's an aviation advisory group. And this group is to help with the transparency and to make sure that we are, it's another avenue for the industry to make their voice heard and how we spend these funds in the state of Utah. So this group consists of aviation. It's not specific groups, but it's an industry, different industries. So we've got either corporate pilot or aviation business, a representative from that industry. Advanced air mobility will have a representative from that industry. General aviation and backcountry pilots, and then airports, and then also aviation engineering. And really what this group is going to look at is they're going to really look deeply into the state-only funded projects. And but they'll also be our eyes and ears in the industry, and they'll come back to us and say, hey, we've noticed that there's this need in Utah that's not being met. Will you guys consider, potentially putting funds into this area? So it's really important that we have this relationship with all these different industries, getting this feedback. They're, like I said, our eyes and ears, but they're also going back to their members. They're talking about what they're hearing. They're talking about the great support that we're trying to give the industry in the state. And really, they're a great advocate for us. So we don't try and ever hide anything from them. We're very open and honest. And with the Aviation Coalition, we put the budget out in front of them, show them our revenues and expenses. And so they know where our revenues are coming from. They know where we're spending money. And so it's just part of our effort, again, of being transparent in the industry and making sure that that those that utilize our transportation system here in the state of Utah are aware of exactly where we're spending funds. So with that, this is kind of a snapshot of the 5-year ACIP that you see up here. 2025, we're looking right around $201 million in projects with state support of just over 10 million. You can see I did break out our Salt Lake projects because as we've talked in the past, that we wanted to see how much of that $201 million is eaten up by Salt Lake International. And you can see it runs pretty consistently. That Salt Lake International is about 50% of what our ACIP is.
Matt? are you gonna, so maybe just as you stepping back even farther, sorry to interrupt you, but so that federal portion, that's coming through FAA, and if you're following what's going on in Washington, this is really one of the, we're seeing this is one of the must last pass bills. The House just passed another week extension. They're having a hard, because there's a lot of add-ons. They're seeing this as the last must pass bill. So we're seeing a lot of things that might be outside of what you would say have a nexus to this. But that, so that it's a important bill. We're tracking it closely. That's where the federal money, the state is coming out of the aeronautics restricted account that the legislature takes money from aviation fuel tax. And so that's, and you see, then we have sponsors. And so it's really, this is unique in that we have a three-way funding for most of the projects.
Yeah, and also our revenue comes from aircraft registration as well. And matter of fact, I have Nick Holt. He's our economic and aviation development manager with me today. He is really the brains behind this. He's numerous hours late into the night. I think he sent me emails at one time at 3 o'clock in the morning saying, "Hey, I've got a question on this," or, you know, what's your thought on this? But so I really appreciate Nick Holt. He's a great asset to aeronautics. But we had a meeting this morning with FAA and the reauthorization. The extension expires tomorrow. And so right now the FAA is telling us that they've got 60% of what we're seeing up here, the 155 million. They've got 60% available right now. So they can't issue necessarily full grants, which makes it really frustrating. And I remember back in the early 2000s, it was kind of the same way with the ongoing extensions to the reauthorization. But right now they can only issue 60% of the grants. If they don't get reauthorization or an extension by tomorrow, that's what we're going to be stuck with. And so it's going to make it really difficult to fund projects because only having partial funding, you know, you can only build part of a runway. So, but you can see then through 26 to 29, those are the estimated projects and the cost. You can see 28 and 29 for Salt Lake International. They haven't really planned that yet. So they just gave us their next 3 years. So, and I think because they've got a lot going on out at the airport. And so that's kind of a moving target when they're trying to look out, you know, year 4 and 5. So we'll see more information next year on those out years. But the one thing also with this, if you go to the next slide, you'll see, I mean, we've got tons of projects. And so I don't want to go through each of these projects and I don't want you to go blind trying to read this, but it is in it will be in the notes. And so you'll be able to review this because we're not coming to you tomorrow for approval for these. We're coming to you in June. So this gives you kind of a month to digest it with a magnifying glass. Yeah, I was trying to combine magnifying and microscope. So, but I did want to highlight kind of the kind of top 6 big projects that we have for state funding this year. The biggest one is West Desert Airport, which was approved by the commission last June. And as we talked about, West Desert Airport currently has a sidewalk basically for a runway. It's only about 24 feet wide and it's about 3,000 feet long. I'm a pilot. I don't have thousands of hours. I won't land on that runway just because it really takes a highly experienced pilot to do that. So, so there's a safety issue there. The runway that's going to be built this year is going to be 5,000 feet by 60 feet wide. So it's going to meet FAA standards. And one of the reasons that we were very supportive of this is because if you look at Provo Airport, Spanish Fork Airport, Tooele Airport, those are where everybody's migrating to for training. And those airspaces are very, very congested to the point where safety can be a concern. So by building this runway at West Desert, that is going to help alleviate that congestion at those airports and provide another safe area for students to train in aviation. So that one's $2.1 million of state funds that so Fairfield, small town of Fairfield, but but if you go Eagle Mountain and keep going west, yeah, it's just a small town, Fairfield, and then it has an airport out there, so. So we have 46 public use airports in the state. 6 of them, I believe, are commercial service airports. So 40 of them are general aviation airports. And, you know, we're very key in keeping those airports functioning and operating. I've worked in other states that didn't put aviation as a high priority, and some horribly maintained to the point where they were unsafe and had to be closed. So Utah is really a shining gem in the country. Our airports are well maintained, and pilots comment on it. When they come fly in out of state, they comment at what a great aviation system we have in the state of Utah. So a couple other, oh yes, sorry. So we inspect the airports once a year. We'll go out and do a compliance inspection. We're contracted with let me correct that, I'm sorry. So once every 3 years, we'll go out and do a compliance inspection at the airports. We're contracted through the FAA to do that. But the FAA will also come out once every 3 years at different times. So they probably get inspected, you know, once every year and a half that we do either from us or from the FAA is doing a compliance inspection out at the airports. So, and we work very closely with the airport managers. So we do know, you know, concerns and issues that they might be having out at the airports, and we work very closely with them to get those. Yes. So we look at pavements. We also look at, you know, runway lighting. We look at navigational aids to the airport. We also, what the FAA calls Part 77 airspace, which is that transitional airspace that goes down to into the airports so that planes can transition safely to the airports. We'll look to see if there are any obstructions into that airspace. So those are the main things that we're looking at. You know, airports that are commercial airports have a lot more detailed inspection that they have to do and that the FAA has to do, but that'll get down into fuel systems and inspecting fuel systems and emergency equipment inspections and things of that nature. So it'll go even further, which makes sense. You know, if they're carrying passengers for hire, we want to make sure that they're operating safe. A couple other projects that are big this year, Bountiful Sky. Oh, I'm sorry.
I was going to say, Matt's holding the 3rd annual aeronautics conference, May 20th to 22nd at the Davis County, which is a big deal.
Yes.
I mean, a lot of pilots, they're going to be there. So thank you for doing that.
Well, thank you. Yeah, and former Congressman Chris Stewart is going to be speaker. Carlos is going to be coming and giving some welcome remarks on the opening day. Brandon, what's that? No, I thought you were going to say you're not going to be able to make it again this year. So I was going to quickly start sending emails, but Brandon Fugel, which is a colleague of Lou and Skinwalker Ranch. I mean, all you have to do is turn on the TV and he's going to be. Yeah, yeah. Well, that's really why I want him there, because I want to hear about that. But so, you bet. Thank you. Bountiful Sky Park. We've got about a $750,000 pavement project going on up there this year. Ridgefield Airport, we've got another $400,000 pavement preservation project going there. Logan Airport, their part of their taxiway is to the point where it's unusable, and because it connects to a crosswind runway, the FAA won't fund that, and so we're working with the airport to help fund that. And so we do have $600,000 going to that project. And then the Cal Black Airport, which is down at the southern part of the state, has no utilities going to it. So it relies on solar power and backup batteries in order to provide electricity to that airport. And the infrastructure has just gotten so old and so worn out that pilots will be coming in at 11 o'clock at night, and the batteries weren't sufficient to hold a charge to give them the necessary lighting. And so we're working with Cal Black also to upgrade their solar system down there in order to get that airport back up to safety standards that it needs to be in order to handle those aircraft coming in later at night. So those are really our big one, but you know, we spend probably 90% of our funds on maintaining pavement at the airports, which I'm sure is very similar to the road side of UDOT. That's probably the way they spend most of their funds too, is just in pavement maintenance and construction. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Hopefully it comes across that you can see I just love aviation, and the aeronautics staff is just fantastic with what we're able to do. And I just really appreciate the great support that I get from UDOT senior leadership. It's just fantastic and love being here. So please, any questions, I'm happy to answer. So you're talking about the air service that we, yeah. So Moab actually, so I think it was SkyWest that pulled out the new carrier that's, yeah. So, and they're based out of Phoenix, but in Moab and Vernal, Contour Airlines is both providing the commercial air service into those two airports. The one thing I did notice in the Reauthorization Act is that they've increased funding also for that essential air service. So that's always been the big concern, is that they're gonna pull money out and more rural communities are gonna lose air service. But from what I've read and some of the narrative in there is that it sounds like, you know, the federal government understands the importance of that. And so they're actually increasing funds if it gets passed, which is really exciting. Mm-hmm. All right. Well, thank you very much. And if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out. Always happy to help. Thank you.
I get a phone a friend again. So Evan with the outdoor recreation under Department of Natural Resources here with us.
Right. Hello. Thank you for having me. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
So welcome.
All right. Good to be here. I think your building's even a little bit more of a maze than ours over at the DNR, but good to be here. Yeah. So we're going to be talking about the recreational trails program today. Ivan, where would you like me to start here?
So we know that the recreational trails program, the commission's seen it for many years, but it's changed over the course of the last few years within the state. So Evan in outdoor recreation has been a year and a half now with us, right? You helped us with the last year.
Yep.
Just at the tail end of last year and into this year. So
Hoping to award the good news to everybody. Yeah, just right at the end there.
So what we've wanted to do is talk about the recreational trails program, how the projects get selected from the call for projects all the way to this point with the commission. So with that, Evan.
Yeah, so as Ivan mentioned, we inherited the recreational trails program at the Division of Outdoor Recreation, which was founded in 2022. So we're somewhat of a new division housed within the Department of Natural Resources. In order to fit your calendar a little bit better, we established a new federal grants committee to try to get these grants awarded and selected, so comb through before we present them to this wonderful committee. And so this new process is essentially begins with us asking for project applications starting February 1st. We will comb through those, and we have a deadline of March 31st, at which point we will internally go through each application and then present those to our internal committees that are made up of different user groups and organizations throughout the state, different partnerships, to make sure that we have multiple different types of perspectives taking a look at these grant applications. And so we break out the recreational trails program into two different categories. We have a motorized category, and then we also have a non-motorized. And so there's two separate committees that go through these projects. And so in late April, we had our motorized committee meet and go through those applications. And we selected 7 motorized grants for approval from your committee. And then we have 26 non-motorized projects that we selected. And so we'll kind of go through some of those today. We can talk a little bit about the types of projects that we fund with this initiative. Anything else you think I should touch on there, Ivan?
I think, so I guess the key point is, this is for most of these projects, it's with a new committee. They've accelerated their program a little bit so that we could present them here in the workshop. In years past, we've presented these projects in June and then saw them again in August. This is allowing us to present these projects with the other programs and projects with the department. So we'll see them and we'll come back again in June for a request for approval.
Yeah, so this year, as I alluded to a little bit earlier, we have 29 projects with the non-motorized. I think I said 26, my apologies. 29 projects with the non-motorized category and then 7 with the motorized for a combined total of 36 projects. We had a little bit more funding this year, which we're very excited about. So we awarded roughly $2.8 million total to all of our non-motorized and motorized projects. The total funding or project value of all those projects combined would be about $13.7 million. And then we have $10 million in matching funds that is being put up by our grant recipients who pay for 20% of the project costs. And so I won't go through every single application here, but I just wanted to give a rough overview of what some of our projects look like. So again, we have a motorized, we have a non-motorized category here. And, you know, I think it's easy when you hear trail to just kind of think of the typical hiking trail that a lot of us see. But that's a pretty broad definition for trails. So we fund vertical routes, so climbing routes, so climbing hardware and infrastructure throughout the state. A big partner of ours is the Salt Lake Climbers Alliance, who funded who applied for several grants this year and will be not only repairing bolts and hardware throughout the state, but also access trails to these sites. We love partnering with all the different mountain bike groups. We have several mountain bike trails, several hiking trails. We not only partner with local organizations and nonprofits, but also with federal partners. We provide funding to state parks who are, you know, always working on maintaining their existing trails or developing new trails. And so quite a wide variety of different types of projects get funded with this program, including user safety, which is a big one for us. One of our returning applicants each year is the Utah Avalanche Center, who has recently done some fantastic work utilizing RTP funds to develop forecasting software so that before any sort of winter recreators go out, they can make sure that they're checking their phone, that they have a forecast, they know it's going to be safe before they go out skiing or snowmobiling. So we really like to fund not only kind of boots on the ground efforts, but anything that's going to make recreation users safer while they're getting outside. So that's kind of the general rundown on the non-motorized. We also awarded, as mentioned, about 7 motorized projects. And as you can see, a big partner for our motorized category tends to often be some of our federal applicants, which is where a lot of the motorized infrastructure is available. There's some really great trails throughout our state that see a lot of high impact. We like to provide funding that's going to either disperse recreation users to these really popular areas, or perhaps you know, reinforce some of these well-used trails, provide more signage so people know of you know, different connecting routes to kind of disperse some of those user groups. So that's really the broad overview here, but I'd be more than happy to answer any specific questions about the program or any of our projects. But we really do appreciate this opportunity to be able to offer this really exceptional program throughout the state. So thank you for having me today.
I think one thing to point out on the presentation that we have, as we get towards the end of the slides that list out the projects, you'll notice we went from motorized to, non-motorized to motorized, and then we're back down here in the non-motorized section. And the reason why is these are the 7 applicants that were not selected for funding, just so that we can see what projects, you know, we didn't have enough funding to fund all the programs, so that's where that went.
Yes, thank you for clarifying. Yes. 2 cups of coffee in the morning is how I get started. Yeah. Yes, thank you for having me. I appreciate it. All right, I'm gonna retreat now.
Program where 2 authorizing bills ago, the department had the ability to say whether or not we wanted to continue it after consulting with Governor Herbert at that time. We decided that it was an important program for the state. And so we really appreciate DNR doing the hard work to come and whittle down the projects, but ultimately it is a commission decision. So yes, Jim.
So not this one be motorized like side by sides and UTVs, all those things, but have we figured out any more, since we're in this general area of bikes, e-bikes, as long as they're pedal assist, they're okay on these. It's just when you get the throttle assist only, that's where you get into the issues. I just know we continue to talk about that. I don't know if there's any new determinations or it's just kind of floating out.
Yeah, we're going to be checking to make sure those are real pedals on your bike.
They are.
We just haven't just stuck them on.
They are. Fazari does not put any throttle assist on their bike. I'm good. Ari, now they
Good
changed the name to
Utah,
Ari.
Utah County Company.
And then, so tomorrow during our commission meeting, we'll see this again as presented to the commission as information only, and then come back in June for approval. Thank you, Evan.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Okay. We are getting there. Elena, rural transit.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Elena Svenlove, Rural Public Transit Program Manager, responsible for the rural FTA funding to our transit agencies throughout the state. I can go for it. Huh?
Go for it.
I'm just really happy about my team. I'm really proud of them. And I actually have a team now. So, and it's a full team. So I just wanted to take a moment and introduce them. Becky Collins, well, Ivan, my boss, he's definitely part of our team. Becky Collins, she's our client manager for our fixed route and our on-demand. Fixed route and on-demand is about, well, that's the majority of our funding, so about $15 million a year. She's managing those grants. She's been with Rural Public Transit for 11 years, so she's our historian. Noemi Sanchez, she's our federal grants manager. She's responsible for taking all of the grants that we award and putting them in the Federal Transit Administration system, making sure that those are spent out and closed in a timely manner. Andy Jensen, he is our compliance officer. Not only does he need to ensure that our subrecipients are compliant, but he's also reading our regulations and making sure UDOT is also compliant. And I'm really happy to report that we just finished our federal review for the last 3 years, and it was probably the best review we've had to date. So I'm really, really proud of them. And then Carlos Calviamonte, he's our brand new, he's only been with us for 4 weeks. And he will be managing our specialized transit, and those agencies cater to seniors and those with disabilities. And it's a much smaller program, but a very important one nonetheless. So here's a snapshot of our system as of last year. We have 14 specialized transit providers in the rural areas that seek funding from us at this time. We have 7 fixed route on demand. Those are agencies like Cache Valley, High Valley, Park City, Cedar City. Our newest one, Moab Area Transit. It includes Basin Area Transit and the Ute Tribe. And then we have 1 intercity bus that we fund with our required 15% of our funding. And that funds 2 routes currently in Salt Lake to Vernal and Salt Lake to Blanding. And so you can see where they are across the state. This is our funding that we brought to you last year, and you approved the program for 2024. It was based on estimates, so I know you can't read that, so don't worry about that. But I just wanted to remind you that this is the program that you approved last year. And like I said, it was based on estimates, and with the apportionments this year, they were based, the full apportionments were based on the new 2020 census, And as you can see in column 4, we received quite a bit more money, happily, than we had in the past. And so we have, in that last column, we have quite a bit of money that we need to additionally program. And so that's a really good thing, and I'm really excited about where we might be able to put this funding. So what do we intend to do with it? Well, in our specialized transit, again, it's called 5310. That's the bucket of money. We will use some of that for state administrative purposes. We don't typically do that, but we are purchasing a new client software that's going to help our subrecipients and us manage our program. So we'll be taking that funding. And then, of course, inflation on our vehicles has been astronomical. So we're putting as much money as we can toward those vehicles for those specialized transit providers. For 5311, or our fixed route on demand, we have adjusted some of our administrative expenses, our technical training assistance, the intercity bus, if we have to bring that up to the 15%. And then those you see here, we're hoping that we can, distribute the rest of that funding to those agencies that have applied for funding, and then based on need until we run out of money. And I didn't mention, but our 5339 is our bus and bus facility program. And that one, you can see here, we plan to sub-allocate that to Cache Valley. They're a direct recipient, and they're the ones that apply. They have a rural program, and so we intended to sub-allocate that down to them so they can apply directly to the FTA. So we'll be coming back in June for approval of our adjusted program for 2024. And that is all I have. Quick and easy. Does anyone have any questions? Yes.
So you did all of your funding from the federal government. What's the mindset?
Some are using, I don't know that there's pressure per se from the federal government, but there are some agencies whose city councils, for instance, Park City and High Valley, who really want to press the electric vehicles. And so they are purchasing electric vehicles. Oh, and then through the discretionary grant program, I did forget to mention that some of these agencies in the bus and bus facilities, there's a discretionary program. And that one, if they apply for that one, it's called the low-no. And that one, they do have to purchase low or no emission vehicles. And some of our agencies, I did forget to mention that, I should have said that, we have quite a bit of discretionary funding that we're also managing. We have a $25 million raise grant that we're managing for High Valley for their BRT, and it's an electric bus project up on SR 224. And then Park City has also won some discretionary grants for purchases of their electric vehicles. Anything else?
If I can, I'll just, 3 years ago, our state management review, we had 24 review items that we needed to complete. As of today, we have 2 questions outstanding and no findings, no review items. So it really was a great review for us. And that takes us to our last check mark. Turn it back over to you.
You're welcome for being dirty. Because that's what we are.
So, tell your friends.
Everybody ought to go out and pick up a mile.
Yeah. That's a good one. Everybody ought to go out.
Once you do that a couple of times, you get a greater appreciation and care of what you're looking at going on and what's leaving your vehicle.
It makes a huge difference to have clean roads.
It does, and you can tell it.
Has incentive. I found $50